Good morning. Very good morning to all of you. Welcome. So as you can see, I'm here in the middle of a jungle. This is the jungle that the municipality of Cervia wanted to put on the stage in order to remind us of the importance of green spaces. We're in Cervia. Once again, Cervia shows to be the capital city of green areas. And we're here to talk about some very important aspects. Some aspects that are part of our lives, they were part of our lives before, and they will be even more part of our lives in the next future. We're going to talk about environmental emergency, climate emergency, and the health emergency now obviously is the main emergency, but we know that we also have to cope with the environmental emergency. We would have loved to be here all together, face to face, but we have to be here at a distance. But we deeply wanted to have this conference today. The municipality of Cervia wanted to organize this conference anyway. We will talk about some topics that are part of our daily job for some of us, but for some other people, it will be something interesting, something new to hear about. We will talk about green areas. We will talk about the importance of trees and the importance of urban forests. For our lives in the future, because urbanization, that is to say, the migration um, from the country to the cities has now turned into reality. So this is why we have to talk about urban forests. During the day, we will have very high-level speakers, and they will tell us about what has happened to our climate and also what we have to do in order to try and mitigate climate change, what we have to do in order to promote the environment. Well, in a very with a high degree of awareness, and you know that Cervia has always played a very important role from this point of view. So I don't want to speak for too long. This is just a very short introduction. I'm going to tell you about the day. So we're going to have some speakers, and they will tell us about some very specific subjects. At the end of each block of speeches, we will have a very short discussion, and it will be a good chance to try and go deeper into some subjects, we will find out some new things during the discussion. So, as I said, now I'm going to leave the floor to the mayor of Cervia, Mr. Massimo Medri. I'd like to thank him. I'm the president of Public Gardens Association. I would like to thank the mayor. We have known each other for a long time. We have also fought many battles together at the municipality of Cervia, and we have done some great work together on the occasion of blossoming May, Maggio in Fiore event. So thank you again for being here, and now I'm going to leave the floor to the mayor, Mr. Medri, for his introduction. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the attendees. I know that there are many attendees connected to this conference. I hope you appreciate the organization of this conference. It is something very well organized from the technological point of view. I hope you will appreciate our conference and all the speeches. Well, as you see, we had to turn the conference into, something very technological, as I said, something virtual. It's not easy, I have to thank all the people who have collaborated to the organization of this meeting. So thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to all the speakers. We will hear about some very important, very meaningful subjects. And as I said, it's not easy to hold a conference right now, because as you know, as everybody knows, we're going through a very complicated time. And I must say, I'm very sorry. I apologize. I will not be able to take part in the entire conference. I will have to leave you, unfortunately, because I will have to work on the health emergency and also economic emergency that our city is going through. Our city is going through this very bad situation with, many problems, just like all the entire country. And, we have mobility problems and we have problems related to tourism, which has been badly affected. So we are deeply suffering right now. And there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. And this is why this is a very difficult, very tragic moment for us. And as well as having to cope with the emergency. And this is something we have to do every minute, every day. But however, for sure, we have to keep on going and we have to keep on working for the future. And this conference proves that we are still working for the future. We are trying to look beyond the emergency. We are trying to go over the obstacles. And we're trying also to make many more efforts. So we're trying to work very hard in order to give some hope, some trust, some faith in the future to our people. We want that our town, our city, our town to keep on living despite all the social malaise, all the social problems we have. We don't want to turn off the light. Obviously, we want to invite all the companies, all the people to resist as much as they can. We will try to help everybody in order to go over this terrible tragedy, and we will do our best in order to be able to go back to our normal lives. Well, obviously, as I said, it's very difficult, but anyway, we are still planning our future. But we have to change our priorities. Well, considering what is happening in the world and also in our country, we had to replan our priorities. Also for us in Cervia, well, we have to question our priorities and we have to do it. We have always been quite privileged, quite lucky. This town has always been very lucky from the environmental point of view. We had, water treatment systems for our sea. And also, we have always tried to join green spaces with the urban structures. And our last town plan, in particular, really focus on green areas, green spaces became a structural part of our town plan with the last town plan, as I said. And also, we have always organized many events related to green areas. So as I said, we've always been lucky and we have a very nice background in terms of green areas. We have always been very aware of the importance of the environment and green areas, but now it's time to speed up. It's really time to change our perspective. And I'd like to say it's really time to square the circle. And as somebody said in the 70s about the emerging ecology at that time. So today in Cervia, we do have that ambition to square the circle. That is to say, we want environmental policies to get closer to the economy. We want the economy to be a fundamental element also for the technological development that looks at the environment. But in order to do that, of course, we have to start from our daily life, which is rooted in tourism. As you know, we want to have a high quality tourism, sustainable tourism, and also safe, for sure, safe. This is our challenge for the next few months. That is to say, we want to be able to demonstrate that, and also the numbers related to tourism for us this year, despite all the trouble, all the problems we have had this summer. I must say that we have obtained better results than some other areas. And this is the proof of the fact, the evidence of the fact that we have we have really worked on all our spaces, our salt marshes, our roads, our facilities. Everything has been upgraded, and everything has been improved. And we have tried to safeguard our town. We have tried to guarantee safety in our town. And this is what we're trying to do also for the future. As I said, we're not just trying to cope with the emergency, but actually we are planning the future. So together with hotel owners, restaurant owners, businessmen, we are trying to plan the future so that our quality model that was applied this summer, we would like to repeat it. We would like to consolidate it on our beaches, inside the hotels, inside restaurants. We want to guarantee the same safety level always. And for sure, in order to do that, we will have to make a huge effort from the public administration point of view, but also private businessmen. But we have one common goal, that is to say, public and private sectors will have to join forces, and we will have to reach this safety objective and high quality objective for the next few years. Obviously, the whole territory, together with the operators, with this high quality model based on sustainability. This is it. For example, on the beaches, the distance to be kept between the sun umbrellas. This is very important because this shows safety and also high quality. This was done this summer, and it will have to be kept in the future too. Just like, the way in which public spaces are managed or distance, social distancing will have to be respected, of course, also inside restaurants. But of course, also the public administration will prove to be to be able to manage all this. Public parks will be the new squares, the new meeting areas. People will feel very safe going to a public park. So instead of having a walk along the road, they will enjoy. They will be able to enjoy our public parks. So we will really focus a lot on the public parks. And as I said, we're changing our priorities at the public administration, and public parks will be one of our main priorities to work on. And also, we will have to promote, give value, improve big spaces or what do I mean by big spaces? I mean parks, as I said, but also our beaches, our coastal areas, our salt marshes. We are investing a lot in our salt marshes for the future. We want our salt marshes to become a tourist product. So we would like to reduce the number of cars. We would like to make salt marshes only a pedestrian area, for example. And we would like people to be able to enjoy walking along the salt marshes. We will have to improve our transport network and well, people will have the chance to reach the salt marshes, but they will not be able to drive through the salt marshes at all. And also, well, again, the value of this territory. That agriculture is one of the key sectors for this territory, and agriculture will be one of our main values, not just for the local economy, but actually it will be added value also for tourism. Tourists will enjoy our agricultural products and the landscape will be appreciated. These large spaces will be appreciated by our tourists. So again, all these things put together will mean a very beautiful environment, a very beautiful landscape that reaches out to the Po River, to the nice Po River Delta Park. So we will have to keep on promoting this environment, and again, we will have to make sure that people can enjoy this beautiful landscape. So these are our objectives, and this is what we're going to keep on working on, despite the current economic and health emergency, because we want to look at the future with hope. And again, I hope that in the next few months we will manage to start again Cervia Ambiente, because really I think that it has a very important value, and it is extremely important not just for Cervia, but actually for the entire region and for the entire country. And we have to relaunch Cervia Ambiente. We will have to restructure it, and Cervia Ambiente will give us the chance to keep on talking about the subjects of this conference. And we want the topics of this conference to become part of our daily life, not just the subjects of one-day conference, but actually we want this debate to be part of our daily politics and also the activities of the public and private sectors in the next few years. Thank you. Enjoy the conference. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your words, Mayor. And the Mayor talked to us about the future, and he told us about the plans for the future. And it is true, urban parks are bound to become the new meeting points for our towns, replacing the agoras, the squares. And as soon as we went out of the lockdown in May, when we finally had the opportunity to go out, our parks were crowded with people, were full of people, and they became like city holiday destinations in a way. So this is what we have to think about for the future. So the title of this conference, The Beauty of Living in an Urban Forest, I think this has to be our new philosophy for urban life. That is to say, sustainability, not just from the environmental point of view, but also from the economic and social perspective, because we really want to allow people to be able to enjoy nature, enjoy parks, and the urban forest. But of course, we also have to be aware of the problems that our parks may have, and also how to manage them, their cost also. But also we have to come to terms with climate change, of course. Well, nobody can deny the existence of climate change. You know that Cervia was hit by an event, an exceptional event, but actually exceptional events are becoming more and more frequent. And so now I'm going to leave the floor to Mr. Teodoro Georgiadis, head researcher at CNR Biometeorology Institute of Bologna. He's also a dear friend of mine. So welcome. And actually, we have talked in the past on many occasions. Well, for those of you who know him, you know that he is an expert and he's a very well-known expert. So can you please tell us in common words, can you tell us what has happened in our cities and towns and why do we have to come to terms with local change? So the local changes, catastrophes that have happened in the last few years. Thank you everybody. Thank you, Roberto. Thanks for the invitation. Well, you know, this conference starts with the word beauty, and I'm a physician. You know that physicians will talk about equations and well, so I've decided, however, to start with this, and I've decided to show you that actually physics is also shares something with all the things that the mayor told us about. So I've decided to hold this patch of the World Organization of Meteorology only because recently a new recommendation came out about the urban sector, about urban meteorology, so urban climate services. And it is about nature-based solutions, that is to say, the green solutions. And so green solutions are now part of our meteorology studies. Now I'm going to share my screen. Sorry about being not so young anymore. I'm not such a technological person. So I hope that I will manage to share my screen. Sorry, just a second. I don't seem to be able to share my screen. Can you see my screen now? Can you tell me something? Can you tell me if you can see the screen? Well, this is Unterwasser. So those crazy visionaries and dreamers are artists and architects. So please don't be offended. I'm referring to the architects. I have a passion for architecture, I must say. Unterwasser in 1972 understood something very important, that is to say the presence of trees inside cities. Well, that was 1972. At that time, you may say, well, you know, or even before 1972, people talked about the importance of nature in cities. This is Le Corbusier. Well, this sentence, materials are for urbanism are sun, the sky, trees, steel, cement, etc. So he also talked about the relation between cities, nature, and climate. Well, this is actually the equation that is at the base of this topic. The mayor listed a few elements which are really fundamental. So he talked about the economy, tourism, and when we are planning the urban environment, we have to take a few things into consideration. That is to say, urban energy balance, water balance, and since you are on the coast, obviously you have to take into account the water balance, but also the urban structure, the optimization of energy water balance, and then you get to the urban economy. So there's no regeneration project without economy being taken into account. And you know, full year for Cervia tourism is vital. And we know that intensive tourism, which characterized our Riviera for many years, we know that it really consumed many resources. And as a consequence of that, we have a few problems, like, for example, the lowering of the land, land level, and also we have the increasing water level. So, of course, we have to change our tourist model. This is what Le Corbusier said. So you see, we have a net radiation. And so we have the sun, the trees, latent heat. This is sun radiation. Mm, and well, this is, as you can see, the importance of the trees. So you can see that latent heat, and then we have the sensible heat. Sensible heat is determined by the urban structure, that is to say, the presence of cement in the cities. And then we have heat in the ground. And heat in the ground is also connected to the ability of the soil to be able to absorb heat, and also the ability of the soil to be used as a modulator of the water balance. For example, rain, as Mr. Giolaiti mentioned earlier, he talked about exceptional events or, well, atypical events. And the permeability of the soil is something quite important. That is to say, water nowadays doesn't manage to run off. And and so as a consequence, as you can see, all these elements defined by Le Corbusier are part of physical processes. But now, well, I would like to start my speech, and don't worry, Roberto, I will stick to the time you gave me. So I would like to tell you about the difference between a city that is equipped with good green areas, or on the other side, as you can see, we have a city without any green areas. You can see the different processes, and you can see that indeed there are differences in terms of thermal regime. So you can see that between a green area, green city, and a city without green areas, you can see that the city without green areas is much hotter. Well, because the ecosystem is much more sensitive. And the ecosystem is really sensitive to, well, perceiving the absence of green areas. And, human beings, as we know now, mainly live inside urban systems. And we know that inside urban systems, well, it is very important. And when it comes to modifying the land, we need to equip the territory with some structures that allow us to reduce the temperature. And we have to pay attention to the weakest individuals, especially the weakest individuals obviously will be strongly and hardly affected by increasing temperatures, and therefore there will be disadvantages also for the society, also, well, from the economic point of view, obviously. This is something very pragmatic, obviously, and not very romantic, what I'm telling you. So this is the structure. So we have the surface of the Earth affected, and we have mesoscale. Mesoscale is a very wide structure, extended up to 100 kilometers. And we also have some little differences that cause major differences. And well, actually, forests, but also green yards um, have many consequences or a very positive impact. Here you can see what a green area produces, not just near the green area, but also at which distance its beneficial effects propagate. So up to which distance. As you can see it's hundreds of meters. So we get benefits um, in a very wide area. A little urban garden produces differences in terms of temperature and also environmental parameters. And a little urban garden has a benefit to the nearby urban area. And of course, as a consequence, we also have some economic benefits, that green areas, well, give a value to houses. For example, if you want to buy a house which is located near a garden or a park, well, that house will have a higher value. But also there are some benefits in terms of health for people. So we know that Cervia is located by the sea, and the presence of the sea is also a mitigating factor. But the presence of green areas add up to the mitigating effect of the sea. If we have a city without green areas near the sea, what will the consequence be? Well, mainly we will reduce the power of the breeze, the beneficial effects of the breeze. So you can see that we have offshore breeze that goes towards the sea. And well, you know that we have breeze during the day, and then we have breeze during the night. And in particular, during the evening and during the night, we have a breeze that goes towards the sea. But due to the lack of green areas, this breeze decreases. Instead, if we have a natural landscape in an urban setting, so the presence of vegetation, like in Cervia, for example, as you can see, the breeze mechanism is increased up to 80 kilometers offshore. So we have a deep penetration into the Adriatic Sea. So what you may think, well, is there such a big difference between a light breeze and a stronger breeze? Well, that very nice little wind, actually, when it manages to penetrate into the sea further away, it eliminates or it carries with it pollution, for example. So it manages to preserve the city from pollution, from urban pollution. So a natural landscape means improving the quality of the air in that area. It's a very important effect indeed. So this is the environmental effect. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes. But in general, what is the beneficial effect? Well, by the way, this is what has not to be done, obviously. And well, this was meant to be a solution for people. But actually, such a building is, well, they say that it really blocks the breeze. What they did is they built a barrier, a thermal barrier, not just well, from the tangible point of view, but actually it is a thermal barrier. And really, such a barrier modifies, alters those balance mechanisms that I was mentioning earlier. So it's a bit like when in winter you go inside the store and it's very hot and well, this is quite similar to that. But anyhow, we have to be careful with the architecture of our cities because the risk is that we may cause some thermal problems. I'm going to conclude absolutely yes. So what we have to do is we have to create some new models of cities. We need to have a whole set of experts, and these are the experts who have to be involved in town planning. So as I said, green areas as a mitigating factor, and also very important for our well-being, of course. So this is all from me. I will listen to all the other speeches, and this is all from me again. Thank you so much. Thank you, Theo. Thank you for your speech. Extremely high-level speech, as always. So Theo gave us some indications on how to plan our cities and towns in the future. So now I would like to go down from the mesoscale to the local scale. The next
The next
speakers
speakers.
will tell us about this new project. Okay. This project, as you can see, Adria Apt.
This is a European Interreg project involving some areas on the Adriatic Sea and on its coasts, and it also involves the University of Venice. So I would like to start talking with Margareta Braille, the project manager of this project, which really goes hand in hand with what Theo was saying as it talks about urban forests and the strategies that can be used to face the changes that Theo mentioned and that can be solved locally in several ways. Margarita, I for now. Thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction. My name is Greta Breil, and I'm coordinator of the AdriAdapt project. Uh, okay. Margarete, I'm going to tell you the time when we approach the end, okay? Okay, so I'm the coordinator of the AdriAdapt project, the project manager. And I'm going to show you the different partners. Our goal is to work with local authorities on the Adriatic coast. Well, to create better information and more specific information for the Adriatic area to manage this change in climate. This means improving the knowledge on the climate trends for the next decades. And these are, let's say, the times that we should deal with at the local level. And also, we develop and we share our knowledge with local partners. Here are our local partners. Well, here is the map. You have NCMCC in Venice, and then ARPA that has already helped us in other occasions for this work, as well as the municipality of Cervia, and I would like to thank once again. And then Unione dei Comuni della Valle del Savio, so the Union of Municipalities of a local area near Cervia. And then the Siboneyng County and the city of Bodici. Šibenik is the first province in Croatia that adopted a coast management plan, which is also used for climate adaptation. So our partners are not only in Cervia, but also on the other side. We work a lot also with PAP RAC, which is one of the bodies involved in the management of coast. As far as the urban knowledge is concerned, I work with projects, and I've been working on several projects for urban adaptation with the European Agency for the Environment. And with different experiences in the partner municipalities, we wanted to gather all this knowledge and in particular for the Adriatic area. And especially for green areas and urban forests, the principles have been put forward by Copenhagen, Rotterdam, northern European countries, cities, sorry, as well as some Adriatic areas, but there will be different limitations. And also, there are some problems connected to the coasts and to the coast, ingression coast. But what are we doing, practically speaking? We are creating this knowledge platform, which is specific for the area, and it will be also for all the languages. We are translating all the materials in 3 languages, English, Italian, and Croatian. And we are currently working with local partners for the local plans, producing guidelines and creating options for the adaptation and case studies. And also at Turbock supporting the planning. My colleagues are working hand in hand with ARPA and the Croatian Institute for the development of climate plans going down to 2100. And so they are more long-term projects, and they are creating details for this area. And this is the area in this box that you can see at the bottom here. And we agreed with local partners to identify a certain number of indicators. Here you see just a part of it. Indicators that can be relevant for future plans. This data will be available and will concern the years until 2100 or 2100 if you prefer. I was talking about Toolbox and the different tools that we have been implementing with the local partners. And every area has its own adaptation plan, and a global one will be updated next year. Cesena and the Union of the Municipalities of the Savio Valley, for example, are working at the moment, and then they will share their practices. We share a procedure, so from preparing and checking the conditions, then preparation of consensus, evaluation of options, of risks, so risks assessment, and monitoring of what happens later on. This is something which is extremely difficult, even at a European level. And well, adaptation is extremely difficult to consider. And there are adaptation options that we have shared with our partners. For example, here you can see a picture of um, green urban corridors. It's the High Line in New York. And in this sense, we will present some green roofs and so some green interventions that have been tested and that have been monitored, even in periods with scarce waterfalls. Here is another example of Barcelona with green tops, which is in line with our recommendations for green roofs, green facades, as it happens in Milan. You see this picture, or even all green buildings. This is in Turin, and so this is also a very interesting example. We do not only deal with urban environment, but also coast environment. So the management of coasts is also extremely important and interesting. So our partners are very interested in solutions like this one for the reconstruction of a dune in Bellocchio, in the area around Comacchio. So you see here the technical representations. This technical project was presented with the costs that were calculated, and it gives an idea of the implementation conditions. This is a case study that is going to be published in a few days on the platform. It comes from Slovenia, where a coast road was moved more towards the inner part, and the area was changed. You see here, well, this is the current situation. There is a cycling road, a cycling lane, and for sure, these areas that people use for their free time sometimes give good results. This was in copper. Margareta, time is almost up. Okay, I'm almost done. So, as for other green solutions in urban areas, I can show what you have done in Cervia. It's a case study that we took from the SS for Life project to which ARPA collaborated. If you have some patience, well, you can visit our platform in a very short time. The platform is called AdriAdapt, and contents are still being uploaded, and we'll hope the platform will be a reference for the future and to increase the knowledge about green areas. Thank you. Thank you very much, Margareta. And I really appreciated one thing. Well, we are talking about 80 years ahead. So maybe there's someone who thinks that we are not going to be extinguished by that time. I'm joking, but I think that these analyses are extremely important because they allow us to plan our local interventions at best. And this is why Daniele Capitani, may I add just one thing about this? There was a problem with the translation. It was translated with adaptation or adjustment, which is not completely wrong, because green solutions also allow us to reduce the CO2 emissions and also to mitigate them. It was a problem in translation in my slides. Yes, I think that in Italian, the two words that can be used also in English. We are trying to repair somehow to mistakes that we've made in the past. Daniele Capitani from Territory Management and Planning of Cervia City Council, he is going to explain what Cervia has done. As the mayor was saying earlier, Cervia is let's say, very advanced in terms of local planning. So we would like to hear what Cervia has been doing in the past years to head towards sustainable development. So I leave the floor to Daniele Capitani. Good morning. I would like to tell you very briefly what the municipality of Cervia has been doing in the last couple of years to adapt to climate changes. So let's start with some words said by Kate Raworth, economist. She said this in 2017. She said that taking part in the European Green Deal is prioritarian for a development paradigm that goes beyond the idea of growth as the most important indicator for economy. Whereas meeting the needs of people in terms of environment prevention and degradation of natural resources and society is extremely important and is at the core of what we are talking about today. Here are some keywords. These keywords that you can read on the slide, such as sustainability, a new Green Deal, or identity, knowledge, and culture, because without these three elements, we cannot have a modern approach to what we are talking about. Very quickly, here are the main stages in what the municipality has been doing. We adopted a general urban plan and an action plan for sustainable energy and climate. Our plan was quite old-fashioned, but then we approved this plan very recently, even though we were a bit sad because actually a water spout arrived last year. And after this moment of sadness, we understood that we were already following the right direction. So we needed a new platform that is at the core of the policies for the community. And we gave value. We paid more attention to some specific elements, such as the protection of land and soil, with and as well as attention to the risks, and in particular to climate change, which is a new risk, as well as the increase in urban quality, enhancement of urban quality. And what kind of direction should we follow? Cervia chose to move from resilience, because and whatever is connected to the idea of resilience, to the concept of anti-fragility. Anti-fragility at the basis of a relaunch for the territory and a collaboration between the public and private sector. What are the scenarios at the basis of this general urban plan? Well, Cervia città identitaria, sicura e ospitale, so identity, hospitality, green, accessible. These are all the values at the basis of these scenarios and of our cultural background. So we decided to stress, to underline the importance of Cervia Giardino, not only in terms of beauty, of glamour and aesthetic, but as a structural element for these general urban plans. So enhancing not only the public areas, but also the private green areas. To conclude very, very briefly this first part, these land regulation plan was very obsolete, and so it was moved to the general urban plan, which focuses on urban regeneration, and it cuts 58% of soil consumption compared to the previous land regulation plan, which is an extremely important figure, because you see that the focus to climate change also goes hand in hand with the reduction of soil consumption. Here is the strategy for the environmental and urban quality. This gives you an idea of how many green areas and spaces there are in Cervia. And there are ecological networks, and think of the lanes with trees that are so many in Cervia, and you can really understand the importance we attach to the green areas. And if we want to talk about ecosystemic services, very, very quickly, you can see the main fundamental elements of our strategy, and it's preservation, safeguard, and well, the general enhancement of ecosystemic systems. This is a presentation of the main keywords that we wanted to underline. So regulation, cultural, and procurement. So ecosystemic services should go hand in hand with these three keywords, and also with other functions for sure. This is the strategy with all the different matrices. You see here all the elements that are balanced in accordance with the objective connected to climate change. You see that there are different symbols connected to the ecosystemic systems, and different colors. The blue circles are connected to the most urgent actions to be taken. Here is another part of the strategy, and here is the action plan for sustainable energy and climate. You see the table with the figures and the risks that we have today that are just part of the risks that we are going to have tomorrow, because they are increasing. This means that we need to focus on several situations and deal with them. Mitigation actions and adaptation actions. You see here the stars, green and yellow stars, explain what kind of actions have already been launched or implemented. And there are different operations, both for mitigation and adaptations. Here is AgriAdapt, the project that was an incredible opportunity for us to develop what we had already included in the Action Plan for Sustainable Energy and Climate. And we introduced a new action a new action concerning saltwater intrusion and also urban microclimate, and as well as the risk of extraordinary rainfalls and storms that have become more and more frequent in the present years. We collaborated with lots of experts that helped us. We put some mobile meteorological stations, and they will allow us for better monitoring of what happens in the local area in terms of climate. And we are going to do it both at mesoclimates level and microclimate level. We also wanted to, we also installed a climate meter, sorry. And you see here different parameters that could be identified and that helped us to develop a series of pathways that were going around the city, for example, from the Pinewood to the city center, or another one crossing the Pinewood, crossing the local the center of the city. And here are other examples of the temperatures that we were able to record. You see the temperature of air in the first is 32 degrees centigrades. The temperature of soil, almost 48 degrees, and the perceived temperature, 39 degrees. You see the effect of the, let's say, global warming on the perceived temperature. Here is the example of an area where there were no trees planted, so the interruption of this tree lane. And you see that the temperatures move and fluctuate. Here is the defense of the area of the beach, especially in Milano Marittima. So we launched this project to see how the coast could become if we were able to defend it thanks to some dunes. And so we are conducting some scientific research to see if this is possible in the future. And in the next few years, there will be a pilot project for the improvement of the conditions of this dune. Another important element is the monitoring of saltwater intrusion. You see that red rectangle. There was a European project for the creation of the urban park of Milano Marittima. And we wanted to understand what kind of solutions and green infrastructures we had to implement in that area. And so we needed to understand carefully the conditions of the soils and of the groundwater. You see here the condition of the saltwater intrusion and the depth of the groundwater. We are close to did you know, it's something interesting. It's very close to the salt water, so to the sea, but there is some fresh water underneath. What will we do in the past? We will continue to map different urban areas and to see the depression areas to avoid flooding, urban flooding. And we will try and plan some adaptation interventions that will be included in the municipal plans. There are other things that should be considered not only by public structures but also by private structures, in particular on the adoption of nature-based solutions. And so also when private individuals do something in this sense should bear in mind these general guidelines. Here is our Parco Urbano, our urban park, and you see the area, 42 hectares of new plants and trees that are going to be planted. The whole area is of 5,000 trees. And so we realized that state-of-the-art urban planning needs to take into account the European Green New Deal. It cannot do without the importance of mitigation and adaptation to climate change, but also consider ecosystemic services. And it needs to be in line with the concepts of resilience and anti-fragility, as well as based on the main pillars of identity, culture, and knowledge that are at the basis not only of our plans, but also of our culture for green areas. So the our plan, our action plan for sustainable energy and climate goes on until 2021. But considering that this plan is at the basis of our general urban planning and consistent with it, local planification, local planning will also be updated, and we will also implement very, very modern tools to deal with all this problem. I thank you all very much for inviting me, but I have a question, so stay with us for a moment. First, it is possible to ask questions. So if we were here, we would have the chance to raise our hands and ask questions about something we were interested in. It is possible to ask questions on the chat. And so if you have some things that you want to know out of curiosity, you feel free to ask. But before having the first break, I would like to ask a question. And this is the question, Daniele. You talked about the general urban plan. We read PUG on your presentation, but you also talked about the PAESC, so the Action Plan for Sustainable Energy and Climate. I know that the two plans interacted at a local level. What are the main results that you had? You also talked about the PUNS, so it's really a sort of magic word, I don't know. But I think that the fact of being able to plan almost at the same time three of the most important tools that will allow our city to develop is fundamental. And the fact of having the three plans in line at the same time maybe help have increasing and further synergy. So, well, for sure, I ask you to answer as briefly as you can. But I think that, well, as Margareta mentioned earlier, there have been innovations such as green roofs or the conversion of other areas to green areas or the green facades. All these elements well, are fundamental for resilience. So my question is, what have been the interactions between the different plans that you have adopted and that you were able to put into action? Or put into practice? Well, when there are these kinds of plans, there are different elements that should be included. Working in a cross-cutting way is fundamental, as well as making the action plan part of the urban planning tools. But how should regulations behave? That's the problem, regulations and law, because, well, there are some scientific basic principles, but then there are some repercussions on the citizens, and these are the regulations and laws. So the most important thing to consider is to be able to communicate to the citizens that you are following the right direction and that you are heading hundreds of years in the future. Well, you were talking about green areas, for sure, green roofs or green facades, innovative actions, well, maybe are not really strategic in terms of urban planning. Well, the ecological network also includes things that have not been implemented, could not be implemented. So in the urban areas, there are some areas which cannot be considered, and they should. But when I mention the private sector, well, there are regulations that the private individuals and private companies should follow and should comply with. Okay, thank you very much. I imagine that the following tool is actually the laws and the regulations, and so you will be dealing with these topics as well. I think we can have a break now, so have a coffee or cappuccino wherever you are. But let's set some precise times. We need to be back at 11:35. So I would like to ask Mr. Ferrini to be here at 11:30, so 5 minutes earlier. And I would like to tell you that our journey will go on and we will focus on local interventions. We talked about the Adriatic areas, the Adriatic coasts, and then we arrived in Cervia. And now we are going to talk about the trees. The next speakers will talk about the trees. So the scale will be smaller, but the importance will be as big as earlier. So stay with us and let's meet at 11:30.
Welcome, welcome, all of you. I hope that you had time to get some coffee. And well, I'm sure that you listened to all the previous speeches with lots of interest. So now we're going to move to Mr. Francesco Ferrini. I hope he also had some coffee or cappuccino during the break. So, Mr. Ferrini, well, I think there's no need to introduce him. He's well, I'm going to read it. Actually, I'm going to read your presentation. You're professor of general arboriculture and agroforestry at the University of Florence. So I know he's a very humble person, but today, well, his article was published on Huffington Post on green areas in cities. So this is just to tell you that he's one of the main experts in the field of trees in the urban context, and also strategies for green spaces in urban contexts. So I'd like to invite him to stick to the time that well, has been given. So please, Professor, also stay with us until the end of this session. We will have, well, you know, we're going to have some question time, but we will have to respect the timetable. So at 12:40, we will have Mr. Priolo, and then we will conclude this morning's session. Thank you. I'm sorry, I must apologize because I'm not wearing a tie. So I apologize. I do have a tie. I know you have a tie. You're much smarter than me. So, well, I'd like to share my screen. Please tell me if you can see the screen. Can you see it? Actually, I'd like to explain the title is the title of one of my books, but obviously I will talk about in general, I will talk about what is happening today, and also I will also talk about urban green areas. You may remember this picture from the end of, well, around March or May, sorry. So it shows New Delhi before and after the lockdown. And well, it shows what happens when pollution is reduced. I showed this conference, this photo at a conference, and a person said, well, this photo is actually not before and after. Actually, it is before and during, because actually the after is exactly just like the before. So we all wonder, what have we learned from COVID? Well, COVID has taught us something, but not so much. Of course, we're going through an emergency, global emergency, health, social, economic emergency, and all of that. But actually, we are forgetting about some other things. COVID-19 is making us forget about climate change and also the loss of biodiversity and also soil consumption. And well, if we look at the future, we should learn some lessons. Now we do have the technologies. We have the recovery fund, for example, in Europe. So we do have the economic resources, and well, the most important thing is to understand how to allocate, how to use these economic resources in order to create some services for the entire society. So, well, we don't need to restart. We need to change. It will have to be a change, taking into consideration this theory of the Swiss cheese. Obviously, the holes are the weaknesses of the system. So if we continue working just like we have done until now, so if we align the holes, obviously we will just continue having problems, adverse events. The pandemic, COVID-19, but pandemics in general, make us forget about the other risks or emerging risks. This is, this was published in October, and you can see that obviously pandemics and infectious diseases are first, but we have climate change at the second place, and pollution. Pollution has lost 3 positions. Let's look at the data, because the data is very important, of course. The impact of COVID, it had a cost, until now, it's had a cost of 3,000–4,000 billion. But if you see at the cost of climate change, the pollution of air and water, extinction of species, and soil sealing, that has costed between 6 and 11,000 billion dollars. So obviously, the governments all around the world are investing a lot of money in order to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. But Moody's has estimated that the economic damage due to climate change will be 7 times as high as a coronavirus pandemic. If in the next 10 years we invested $1,800 billion for meteorological alert systems, infrastructure, sustainable agriculture, the protection of mangroves, because we know that they protect the coasts in many countries, and water management, well, we would have a return of trillion dollars, sorry, so 4 times as much. And well, we know we don't have lots of money. We are in the middle of the emergency, and therefore we have to understand how to spend the money we have in order to maximize the benefits. This is why we need to have a change in paradigm. It doesn't have to be the green at the service of the cities, but the cities at the service of the green areas. You see these surgeons that are building a new city, and they're asking for trees, but it has to be the opposite. First, we have to start from the trees, and then we need to have the city inside the green. So what are the problems that have caused, that they have led to the current situation? We have had a decrease in tree cover between 1970 and 2000. And we have kept the same tree cover between 2000 and 2020, but from now on, we need to increase the tree cover. As you can see on the left, you see that when you increase the tree cover, you have a reduction from 44 degrees to 39 degrees centigrade if you increase tree cover. Obviously, what can we do? Well, the word needs less words, fewer words. Too many words have been used. We need more actions. We're now shifting to action. This is the call for action for Tuscany region, for 5 million euros for 63 municipalities in order to plant trees in the cities. Also, Emilia-Romagna region, where we are located. Also, well, Emilia-Romagna region has a similar project. Let's put roots for the future. It's about planting 1 tree for each inhabitant. Things are moving, things are changing, but we need to understand how, where, what, why, and especially who are the people involved, who are the experts that will need to guide these new actions, because, the trees can save the earth. And I've written a book with this title, but there are a few questions we have to respond to. And you can see the questions here on my slide. First of all, we need to understand which ones are the best trees in order to mitigate urban heat islands. And well, there are some other experts that are talking about this. Being an agronomist, I must say that there are some trees that are more suitable than others for some environments with very high temperatures. Here you can see a list of a few of them. Some are autochthonous, some others are exotic plants, exotic trees. They are suitable to very sunny environments, and not all of them, but some of them are also very tolerant to dry climate. And here you can see in red, you can see the European autochthonous species. And this is a list of trees suitable to cities. Very hot cities and also where water is not always available. there's a project in collaboration with the University of Milan, and we're doing it in Krakow and also in Rimini. This is a life project, and both in Krakow and also in Rimini, the same species give the best performance, but also the worst performance. So according to where they are planted, so it is very important. So if we want to dissipate latent heat, it's much better to have a black poplar rather than ligusters, which is a shrub, or some other trees that are less efficient than a poplar. There's a big difference. If we wanted to improve microclimate, it's very important to choose the right species. Pollution, here too, there are some species that are better performing than others. So we have to understand and ask ourselves which is the role of the trees. For example, this is species from southeast of the United States and Mexico, oak tree, and it is very suitable to stand very intense climate events, but also they're very good at reducing pollutants. So you can see the difference between glabrous leaves and tomentous leaves, leaves and glabrous leaves. Obviously, the leaf morphology and also the type of leaf is very important. Here you can see there's research carried out in Europe. You can see that species are different also when it comes to intercepting particulate matter. And some species are better, for example, lime trees are very good at intercepting particulates. Or if I wanted to plant a lime tree in a very polluted area, it's much better to choose a lime tree with very tomentous leaves. But the question is, do trees always remove particulates? Well, the answer is not always. It depends. So we have to understand, the density of the foliage, their positioning, their orientation on the road. So it depends. It depends. According to these factors, they may prevent particulates to go down again on the road. Or, for example, if we have some big foliage, sometimes the big foliage doesn't allow the wind to go around, and therefore they may even cause pollutants to be stuck there. And so it will be even more likely to inhale pollutants or fine dust. So it really depends. The position, the structure of the vegetation are fundamentally important in order to filter air. You see, a barrier might reduce up to 55% of a barrier of trees, might reduce up to 75% of particulates. But obviously, as I said, it depends on the seasonality of the leaves, the density of the foliage. But it is important to reduce the pollutants in the most adequate way. These are some partial results published on international papers. You can see that the ebinge that is very vigorous as a tree. You can see that it performs very well, better than some other green shrubs when it comes to reducing copper, lead, nickel, and zinc, while with regard to copper, actually, laurel is much better. And laurel is a spontaneous species here where we live. And then, there's something else that will need to be managed in cities in the future, obviously, torrential rain. people say that one tree can intercept up to 3,000 liters of water per year. Obviously, it depends on the foliage, etc. But it is very important to choose the right species because it's not just about the leaves, but also the trunk is very important. So the bark is very important. So, well, there's a big difference between a beech or another tree. For example, between a parsimon tree or a beech, there's a very big difference in terms of well, ability to intercept water. So with regard to time, you don't have much time left. I'm sorry. Well, you can see the difference between an elm tree. The elm tree with a full foliage performs better than other trees. If you reduce the leaves, you can see that water storage is decreased, 25% of leaves, obviously no leaves. The elm tree is similar to the other. Well, but anyhow, with the leaves on, an elm tree performs much better than eucalyptus or a plane tree. Well, here you can see a maple tree, for example, performs much better than eucalyptus. We're talking about water storage still. So, all right. So, as a way of conclusion, I'd like to say that all the projects to be carried out from now on will have to be part of very well planned strategy. Therefore, taking into account the ecosystem services, it will have to be based. They will have to be based on the economy to create new jobs beneficial to health and well-being, and above all, they will have to be able to adapt to climate change. So, having strategic plans means not working in isolated compartments as we've done until now. So we can't just think about every problem separately. We need to have different solutions. Also, for example, the use of trees, green areas in order to intercept more water, for example. So it has to be a collaboration between different sectors, and there are several different objectives we will have to reach, and not all of them are strictly linked to trees. For example, it's also very important to involve the community, the society, and we need to encourage resilience. There are many objectives, and maybe not only these that you are reading at the moment. But anyhow, these are fundamental objectives for the new projects of the future. And also, it's very important to take into account the urban greening factor, which evaluates the quality and the quantity of urban green. So obviously, an intensive urban roof or some grass increase urban greening factor. That is to say, not only the quantity, but also the quality of the green. This is, by the way, this is a project at Lakeside Drive. And you can see that simply by having green roofs, it is possible to have a much higher green factor. Or, well, Rain Garden has a 0.7 urban greening factor. This is all. And from me, I'd like to leave you with a sentence from a book that I published with a friend of mine. And also here you can find more information about the book. I'm sorry I had to go very fast, but well, I had to stick to the timetable. Thank you, Francesco. We're going very quickly. Francesco, please stay with us. At the end of the next speech, there may be some questions for you. So please don't move move, stay there. And now the floor to Giovanni Morelli. He is a professor at the Master for Architecture and Landscape at the University of Venice. And I think that by chance, also Stefania Gasperini should be with him. She's vice president of the European Arboriculture Council. And she would like to say something to us. Stefania, obviously, all the time you will spend for your speech will be subtracted to Giovanni's speech. I'm joking, obviously. Thank you. Thank you. I will be very short. I'd just like to thank the organizers for involving the European Arboriculture Council. Thank you. This is a very, very rare occasion, a very rare event. So I'm really glad to spend a few words about our European organism. And the members are national arboriculture associations. So it is an association of associations. At the moment, we have 23 member states. Italy is one of them, of course. And obviously, the members are some countries that are already more advanced in terms of arboriculture, for example, Germany and Holland. And then some other countries where still these techniques are quite unknown. Well, our association has the task to harmonize strategies and objectives at European level. In order to do that, our association has created a certification system that is nowadays very well known, especially in our country. It is a voluntary-based certification system that requires to pass an exam. It's a very strict, very serious exam in order to become European tree worker and European tree technician. One is more practical. For example, the European tree technician instead is much more, let's say, managerial. But both of them require to have a very high level of expertise in the field of arboriculture. These are two expert figures are very well known in our country, in Italy, because we don't have a national certification system. And we see that more and more public bodies are asking to have such professional figures in building sites. Building sites where we need to have trees planted. So they wanted to have these figures working there in order to better and correctly direct all the work. Also, some private clients know these professional figures, and very often for parks and also for some special situations, also private clients require to have the presence of these experts, certified experts. This is all from me. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite you to invite our webpage. We're also very active on Facebook, and now I'm laying the floor to Giovanni. Thank you. All right, here I am. So I committed to respecting the time that was given to me, but please just send me a sign if I'm talking for too long. Send me a signal. Sorry. So can you see me? Can you also hear me? Can you see the slide? I'm not sharing. No, you're not sharing. I will try again. Well, I'll try again. Can you see it now? Okay, good. All right, good morning again. So today, I will try to talk about trees as individuals. And first of all, there's something which needs to be said. When we talk about trees, we're talking about biological phenomena. And the first feature that results to be very clear is that, these biological phenomena last a very long time. Mm, In 1700, 1800, Mr. Collison gave this definition: 300 years growing, 300 years standing, 300 years decaying, and maybe another 100 years before it disappears forever. So hundreds of years, and um, well, it's quite evident, as you can see, or apparent, as you can see. The time of trees is not the time of human beings. This is a beautiful lime tree. And if we compare the tree, with my children and my dog, 7 years in the life of a human being is a lot. But if we go back in time and we look for some other photos of the same tree, we go back to 1990. We have an elderly woman and an elderly man. Where are these two people now? But however, the same tree is still there, and it looks as if nothing has changed for this tree, um, despite the years passing by. And so the trees also have some spaces are devoted to them. You know, a tree can live up to 1,000 years. It means spending their life always in the same place. It means being witnesses, taking part in the life of many human beings, their feelings, their daily life and actions. So these are trees that contain inside themselves many different lives, and they are not just a biological phenomenon then. These are trees that talk to us in different ways, according to their different attitude. What I mean to say is that the tree, just like this beautiful tree planted in Villa Verrucchia, and they say that even Saint Francis planted it, Saint Francis himself. So trees become something that talks to each one of them in a different way. And or then we have, for example, this other tree that you can see on the image. A tree keeps on talking to people. This is well, an elm tree that died in 1930s in Marche region, but it is still deeply remembered by people. So trees survive even when they are not there anymore. What does it mean to live the life of many different individuals? So it means having this transgenerational ability. And then there's also an identification mechanism with trees. So this is a tree, a cedar that fell in Ferrara in 2010. And this tree was donated to science in order to do some studies with it. So if we read the rings of the tree, I'm not going to explain this graph, but anyhow, it's just to show you that apart from all the interactions between the trees and human beings, well, we can um, well connect the rings, each one of the rings, to some events in human history. For example, I went to look for the ring related to the history of Italy and the First World War, and even myself, my date of birth. And therefore, I am part of the rings of the tree. And then we can even, well, try to go further into this research. And you can see that I reconstructed my family tree through this tree. So I went back to well, I looked for the ring related to the date of birth of my grandfather, my father, and even my children. So you can see a global history, individual history overlapping, and this leads us to identify ourselves with the tree itself. And therefore, well, this means that feelings are born for the tree. And these are photos of this tree that, well, as you can see, it fell down. And these are some posts, Facebook posts showing that everybody was suffering for the tree. And then there's even something more, there's something else. So the monumental tree becomes present, is present in human beings' daily life. So um, for example, talking about stone pines, or domestic or stone pines, since we're here in Cervia, it seems quite appropriate. Here you can see the pictorial representation of a pine, and this fresco was on a Roman house, in a Roman house. It was inside the house as if it was part of the family, a family member. You can see that trees were shown as a part of the family itself. And then we have trees that become part of daily life. So the set of the daily life. This is a Botticelli's work of art showing a novel by Boccaccio set in the pine wood of Ravenna. And or then you can also see this other map by an anonymous author that shows the pine wood of Ravenna. So the trees become a part of people's daily life, and therefore the trees are part of our, well, actions and daily life, as I said. For example, another photo, we have these domestic pines. Um, this photo from the beginning of the 20th century. This is a parade at Fori Imperiali in Rome. You can see these soldiers marching and the young pine trees planted along the roadside. So the trees are part of these political actions. And you know that the fascist regime planted many trees. So trees as part of the political ideology. And then we have trees as part of our social life. So pine trees, for example, become part of the idea of a holiday at the sea. So this is Riccione Viale Ceccarini, where still nowadays there are plenty of tourists. It is a seaside resort. And let's also remember, of course, that trees are a biological phenomenon, regardless of the social value that we attach to it. So trees are a place for richness, biodiversity. And as Professor Ferini told us already, the tree introduces the element of naturality inside the urban context. And therefore, the urban context is enriched by the presence of trees. So the tree as a place, it becomes an ecosystem. And here, I am here on this picture, this is me, on an oak tree in Sweden. So understanding the value of a tree means, of course, coexisting, living together with with the tree and with its wood. So it is a matter of educating people to living together with trees. Recently, some new methods for arboriculture management have been devised, and they are focused on the tree itself, its ecological value, its biological value. So conservative and palliative arboriculture, which have the objective to preserve these trees as a habitat in order to, at the same time, also safeguard the safety of the people that coexist with the trees. We need to have professionals, of course, um, who manage these trees. We heard about the European Agriculture Council, and as you can see, they certify, they train these professionals. It means being professional, but also having an ethical attitude towards the trees, respecting the trees as individuals, regardless of the advantages deriving from the tree to human beings. So trees really as the protagonists of an ethical behavior. A new attitude that is based on the awareness of the monumental value of trees. But not just, it's not just about the aesthetics of the tree, not just the age of the tree. The trees are part of a cultural relationship. And here you can see my personal interpretation of a tree being a monument. This is a survival. This is a tree is the witness of generations of human beings that planted it, took care of it, and also benefited from or well got benefits from it. So this tree is a monument. This is a monumental tree, and it becomes like a mirror. It is individual memory, but also collective memory. And of course, we have to base our future relationship with trees on all these aspects. Professor Ferrini explained very well the advantages of trees. But, well, first of all, we have to recognize the rights of the trees, the right to being autochthonous, a right to time and space, a suitable time and space, a right to self-determination of the shape, right to subtractive growth, the right to recycle themselves, and also the right to complete their vital cycle, the right to dignity of the end of life, and also the right to narration of narration. That is to say, the right of trees to tell us stories, and we have to look at trees with the soul. And if we are able to guarantee these rights, we will also get benefits from the trees, also ecological, also environmental trees coming from the trees. And this is all. I have the right to tell you your time is over. All right. Okay. So this is the very last slide. I would just like to go back to the event that took place in July 2019 that damaged us so much. And I was deeply affected from the event. We can have a good future only if we manage uh, well, to work from the bottom to the top. That is to say, we need to have the society understanding the importance of regeneration, reconstruction of the trees, of vegetation, urban forest also. Only if the society, the community understands the value of trees, we will manage to have the right coexistence with trees in the future. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Well, these are examples that you are always able to underline and reinterpret and giving us a different point of view in terms of the identity of trees. So I think we should now go on very quickly because we need to stick with the times. And I would like to ask Novella Cappelletti, director of Paesage magazine, if she is already with us. She is expected to talk about a very important topic. It is very important for us who have to manage the urban forests and the relationships with our customers, the customers of local authorities are the citizens, and also communicating the good nature of our works, which are not always perceived in this way by citizens. So she's going to talk about the architecture, landscape architecture, and the communication, which is fundamental in this moment, in this very moment, when we are trying to not only implement our urban forests, but we also need, on the basis of correct principles, renew our trees. So, Novella, remember to stick with the time. I will tell you when the time is almost over, and I ask you to stay with us to answer any possible questions at the end of these three interventions, of these three speeches. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm going to immediately share my screen. Well, it's very difficult to do it in such a short time. I wanted to share with you a broader analysis, but I will only touch upon a few topics which are at the basis of our work. First, I would like to start from this. So, communicating or informing. This is something that we have to struggle with every day. The main difference between communicating and informing, the difference is great, is crucial, because to communicate, we need to give a meaning to what we tell. And to inform, we need to give the chance to those who are reading to understand the structure and the tools needed for that reality to be fully understood. So, this is a very important task that we have because it is at the basis of how we can tell and communicate what comes from reality. I'd like to share with you a quick overview of some of the main topics that we are talking about, the main themes at the national and international level. Well, first, the topic of climate change and urban resilience with some projects, some crucial projects. I chose some among others. The first one is Milano Forestami. It is a very interesting project because on one hand, they chose a slogan, Forestami. It's like saying, forest me. And the aim is to plant 3 million trees by 2030. It doesn't mean that there will be trees in the Piazza del Duomo in Milan, but it means that all the new trees that will be planted will be included in different projects around the city, but they are also part of much wider projects. So to sum up a little bit how communication can be effective and give you an example. Another important project is Prato Urban Jungle. Urban jungle is a very powerful expression, and it attracted the attention of the press. It is based on an urban plan, including several interventions that the city has set for different situations. So, not just targets in terms of numbers and communications, but also with this operational, tangible tool, which works according to very easy and simple schemes that can be read not only by technicians, but also by those who are not experts. Another project is the urban forest of Barcelona. The idea at the basis is the same. Even Barcelona has been launching this plan by focusing on five main goals in order to be perceived clearly by its citizens. And finally, the strategic plan of Nantes. This plan is an example that I wanted to share with you, not really in terms of communication, despite being very interesting, but in terms of operational procedures, because the French cities follow what they call director plan. It is attributed to a landscape architect that works hand in hand with real estate developers that will work on that areas, and the architect coordinates all the actions for 8 years and define the guidelines. These 8 years can also be renewed and become 16. The strategic plan of Nantes was started by Alexandre Chementov, and now managed by Jacqueline Osti. The guidelines at the basis of the city development are managed within a landscape plan, which protects and coordinates the landscape development in a prioritarian way. So it sets ease as a priority compared to real estate, for example, which is included in this wider, broader landscape plan. Then there are other interesting themes and topics. For example, adaptation strategies. COVID required us to focus on several problems within the cities. This is an example. I cannot show it. I cannot show it to you too much in details, but this was an area marsh, and it was close to the city. There were problems also connected to rainfalls, but there were also problems in terms of building and real estate because they wanted to build in this area. But they found some solutions like NBS, so wetland, which is reclaimed, and the creation of an urban park. Here is another adaptation strategy. This slide is taken from a recent research of the Lend Society. That's the name of the agency. It sums up, always talking about communication, the main topics. So working with nature is the title, and the street is the core. And why the streets? Because COVID made us aware of the importance of streets. Streets, for those who live in the city, are the first place where they can go to breathe some air, the first place in which public life becomes private, and in which people have a relationship with the landscape. So street becomes fundamental. So this adaptive design shows us what might be in the future. So the importance of biodiversity, slow mobility, and the main lane divided by rain gardens with better water management and absorption, the zebra crossings, and again, slower mobilities, public spaces that are integrated in the street itself, the trees with whatever the trees can offer in terms of urban comfort. And I am not going to dwell too much upon this because the previous speakers have already underlined it. They contribute to improving the urban comfort and also the digital landscape. We can have all the cultural and technical information, and this is something extremely powerful. And this approach is connected to the approach of smart city, but I don't like that idea too much because we understood that data and figures are not enough. They just give us numbers, but this doesn't solve any problem because knowledge alone is not enough. Another important theme in terms of adaptation strategies is this work carried out by an Italian group, a group of Italians in America, in the United States. They have been working in several cities and in Milan as well. And they are instant projects, very quick projects that are carried out in 3-4 days, 1 week. So they make the street a more livable space, not only for cars, but also for pedestrians, for cyclists. And this is carried out only by working on graphics. So they close some area, they prevent traffic from entering. And you see also the drawings showing the transformation in specific roads for the schools, road for open air restoration and eating out, areas for sort of playgrounds. This is carried out very rapidly and is at the basis of this adaptive strategy. Here is another example of a street. The street becomes a playground when it is not used as a road. And again, I want to underline the very short time needed to make this kind of things. It was created in 3 days. This is in Milan. You see these urban areas, these parks are temporary at the beginning, but then they will become permanent. You see that the trees are still very small and in pots, in vases. And they are at the basis of a process that becomes permanent. Novella, I need to remind you that the time is almost over. I'm about to conclude. Then some example of tactical urbanism. Then the proxemics that makes us reflect on the parameters that have always been very clear at an urban level, especially now with urban distancing. We need to take into consideration all of this very quickly on slow mobility, which is extremely trendy, let's say, at the moment. You see these projects in Copenhagen with this silo underground car park and bicycles. A very last example of Venice and of another trend, school and landscape. So the importance of open space in schools. You see that The city of Venice has just completed 70 gardens for primary schools to enhance the outdoor learning. This is another school in Nantes. It gives you an idea of this landscape school. Very quickly for another example of university. And finally, this project that maybe you already know and that is extremely recognizable for you. Well, it's for Rimini and the mm, regeneration of the coastal part of the area on the sea, which is somehow going back to its natural state with the reintroduction of dunes. And a very final remark. We talk about trees. This is our tree code. In the last 2 years, we have been talking about 221,000 trees. And apart from telling things, we also make tangible actions. We have created this tree with Floor Mart. We gave 300 trees to this school to make a wood, a forest to benefit from open air and open spaces. And this is all for me. Thank you. Thank you for listening. So before moving to Mrs. Priolo, the local councillor, the regional councillor, if there are any questions that you want to ask, we can ask these questions and let the speakers answer. Are there any questions? Yes, there is a question from Daniele Zappi, Municipality of Loparo. The planning of ecosystemic services requires human and economic resources and a culture that is difficult to achieve in small municipalities. The cities and the towns can be different. Also, in terms of adaptation to climate changes, would it be necessary, in your opinion, to think in a more, let's say, smaller, on a more smaller scale for smaller cities? Well, I think that the example we gave can be replicated because it can be replicated and improved. I would suggest you to have a wider perspective and think not only in terms of municipalities, but in terms of union of municipalities. This is something that has been carried out in Emilia-Romagna for some years because thinking only on a small scale, in my opinion, is not effective. There are no more questions from our listeners, but Flavia Mazzoni, myself, would like to ask a question to my friend and colleague, to Giovanni Morelli. It's both a technical and ethical question. The tree is a silent presence, but how can we, technicians and citizens, guarantee that trees have a long and good life? This is my question. Well, it's not an easy question. It is clear that we need to be farsighted. We need to look at the future, have a future perspective, and find new strategies for, let's say, living together in the urban areas. The city must be designed to be suitable, let's say, for trees and ensure the life of trees in the future. We cannot, let's say, separate the tree heritage from whatever is in the city, and the tree must be sometimes replaced by projects for including new individuals in a protected way, but also focusing on some interventions that can guarantee the mitigation of negative, let's say, interventions on the trees. and I think of parks and urban forests that are already protected. But we need to, let's say, run away from the idea of immediacy, because we need to have a cultural shift, a cultural change, allowing us to understand that what we do with trees now will have consequences and repercussions in the future, in 20, 30, or 40 years. Those who pay for what happens are not those who damage trees, but those who will live in the future. We need to be aware of this, but we also need to be aware of the cultural shifts that we need, the new awareness. So schools should play a major role in this, and education in general. And also the preschool and primary schools are at the basis of our involvement to create um, the guardians of tomorrow, the guardians of trees of tomorrow. And this is the only way to protect the trees we plant today and that will be grown up, so to say, in 100 or 150 years. Thank you. Also, Margareta Braille would like to say something about it, and then I would like to ask a final question to Professor Ferrini. But again, remember to be as short as you can. I know you will hate me for this. Well, I didn't want to answer this question, but the previous one and the action of small municipalities. As Daniele has already said, the municipalities collaborating in other debt are small municipalities. But we noticed that maybe one of the things that made the difference is the collaboration with consultants, so experts. So from an academic point of view, well, scholars, universities supporting small and medium municipalities, well, should be enabled to understand, should be enabled to help in an effective way the municipalities that should understand what they can benefit from. However, this is one of the things that I'm really thinking about at the moment. What could make the difference between big cities, large cities, and small towns? Even in small towns and municipalities, the competence, the expertise is great, but it's difficult to, let's say, benefit from external consultants, external knowledge, external research. Maybe doesn't happen in Cervia, but in other municipalities. I'm sorry, Margarita. At the beginning, I didn't understand what question you wanted to talk about. Mr. Ferrini, so sometimes we ignored the idea of renewal. I know you have been a supporter of this idea, and I think that it is extremely topical because it is connected to climate change and, well, not just for a new awareness, but also for the new needs. The renewal of trees should be an integral part, a fundamental part of the approach that we have in cities. We cannot hear you. Okay. Now we can hear you. Yes, for sure. We need to keep on thinking that renewal is one of the management techniques that can guarantee urban forests to the future generations. It is clear that this doesn't mean to go there and knock down trees. This should be part of a short, medium, and long-term planning. For sure, there are some risks in some areas, but this should be included in more long-term plans. We also need to understand that some trees are not suitable anymore. They cannot face the future. And so we need to be able to foresee, or maybe we had to do it 20 years ago, we need to change them. I think that 3 to 5% of trees give problems. So it's quite a small percentage that we should work on every year. And I think that this is the right way to follow in order to have in 20, 30, maybe 100 years, as Giovanni Morelli was saying, the right way to have good and protected trees. We are perfectly on time, and I'm quite surprised. I would like to ask if Irene Priolo, the Regional Councillor for the Environment of the Emilia-Romagna region, is connected. So I would like to give the floor to her. I know she is on an electrical car. Yes, it is true. It's an electrical car, a hybrid car. I would like to leave the floor to you for an intervention. For your presentation, and then ask you a couple of questions about your recent institutional role. The floor is yours. Would you like to ask me questions before or later? Well, maybe for those who do not live in Emilia-Romagna, they do not know that the president, Stefano Bonaccini, has launched a very important initiative. So planting 1 tree per inhabitant of our region. So 4.5 million of trees to be planted. This intervention was financed. And I don't need to ask you why, because this is easy to understand. But a more specific question, what kind of ecosystemic value can we attach to this initiative, to this very important initiative? As Novella was saying earlier, this goes hand in hand with other similar initiatives that are being carried out in Italy. So what was your idea at the basis of it? And then another questions, what could be the results of such an initiative in terms of health? For our region, I cannot ignore the pandemic, the COVID-19, and its spreading. So these 2 points, these 2 things, well, raise my curiosity. So the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, good morning to all of you. It was a pleasure for me to listen to the previous speakers. And well, you know, what the region is trying to do at the moment, we are trying to speed up these processes, this vision, and also the ability to have a close link between the public administration, but also between the citizens and the private sector. So I would like to say that, in my opinion, the ecosystem aspects are strictly related to health. Obviously, the project for 4.5 million trees, obviously, is a very important one in order to improve the quality of the air. We know that here in this area, in this Po River flat Po River Plain, we know that we have air pollution problems. So by planting 4.5 million trees, once they have grown, once they have been maintained, for sure those trees will have a very important impact on the CO2. And well, estimates say that we will have 44 million tons of CO2 less. So this is something very important. And this is the most immediate consequence. But with such an intervention related to urban reforestation, And our project aims at involving not just the citizens, but also those public administrations that already have some very important projects going on. For example, the municipality of Cervia, who's holding this conference today. But as I was saying, we don't just want to do something for the environment, but we also want to work in order to make the landscape even more beautiful. We want to have an impact on the quality of life of our citizens in general. Therefore, the project will work in order to have urban reforestation. Clearly, this is extremely important in order to reduce those heat bubbles that we have in our cities. But at the same time, we want to upgrade, re-qualify, regenerate the environment. And I'm referring, for example, the Vento infrastructure. It's the biking path from Venice to Turin. And it is a very important um, infrastructure along the Po River. It improves the quality of the landscape, but also the accessibility of the territory. We think that the accessibility of the territory is one of the main objectives for our projects. So, of course, we have to work in order to focus on the identity of the landscape. We have to work for our rivers. Emilia-Romagna region has rivers, and we have to promote the landscape of those rivers. So these are just examples, obviously. But, well, our project will have a duration of 5 years. And so it won't be just about beautifying the landscape, but the citizens also have to be to feel part of these projects. The other question was about the project. What is the multiplying effect of the project? Well, first of all, as we said, Emilia-Romagna region is allocating resources. So it is a project that is not being carried out just to reach a consensus from the population, but the region is given the possibility to private citizens, but also companies to be part of the project. Recently, I had a meeting with Assoflora, and we know that the sector at the moment is having problems. So this is a project that will give us the chance to create work for private companies too. It is a project with environmental value, but at the same time also value from the employment point of view. And I took part in conference with Professor Pileri, for example. We are working with him on a Vento biking path. So for every kilometer, we create 5 new jobs. Therefore, again, I repeat it, it's not just a project for making the landscape more beautiful, but this project will have a multiplying effect in terms of creating new jobs, improving the quality of life, so many benefits. This year, we have allocated 1.6 million euros, but Emilia-Romagna region will allocate 3.5 million euros for the next 3 years. And by doing that, we will make sure that municipalities will have trees, new trees. We will also help them plant the trees according to guidelines, to some very specific unified guidelines. Um, as you have already explained in the previous speeches. So I'm just saying that Emilia-Romagna region is confident, believes in it, and for those municipalities that don't have enough resources, the region is here to help them. So we will for sure help them, help the local authorities along this process. With our regional government, we are also trying well, to join this project with the Recovery Fund. recovery funds. I think that between now and 2026, this is one of the projects that will certainly be implemented. You know that the recovery funds have some very specific requirements, but I'm sure that this is a very tangible project that will be deeply enjoyed by the future generations, and we're working in order to submit very harmonious, uniform projects. And well, you know, reforestation at the moment is considered as a key aspect. What I'd like to say, what I'm trying to say is that reforestation is an emerging culture at the moment. Our ambition is that every citizen of Emilia-Romagna will have his or her own tree. Citizens will also have the chance to take part in the project if they want. So for sure, from the ecosystem point of view, if it's just one tree planted in a private garden, will maybe it will not have such a huge environmental impact, but it will make sure that citizens feel as part of a whole community. So collaboration, stricter collaboration between the public administration, private companies. For example, I will go to Novellara to talk to the waste management company there. It's a private company, and they're also participating in this project. So, of course, we know that over the years there have been so many projects have been carried out. And Roberto, we have also worked together in some other sectors. And well, also, well, the public administration has conceived many projects which have not been turned into reality, but now it is time to do something practical, something tangible. This project will certainly be implemented, and well, we will have many new trees. This is something very strong with a huge impact. And Roberto, you know that we're also working on guidelines, as I was saying, because we want to make sure that all these trees will be planted based on a standard, based on some very specific criteria, very well studied guidelines. We want to be sure that after a few years, we still have all those trees. We don't want to make mistakes in terms of maintenance. We know that maintenance will be one of the main challenges, but we want to support municipalities. We want to make sure that the right irrigation systems are chosen. And this is why we're working on the guidelines. They're very important in terms of resilience for this project. Well, this is all, Roberto, and I know that in the afternoon you are going to have another session, so the afternoon session. And please, Roberto, if you can, if I could have the presentations of your conference, I think that it could be very useful for our regional activities. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thanks for your answers. Of course, I can pass the speeches to you. Well, I'm just the chairman, actually. So I had to ask your question to the organizers, and they said that yes, you can have all the presentations. And also, well, thank you. You are showing to be a very good technician. Now you're talking about irrigation systems. You are becoming an expert. It's your fault. You have taught everything to me. Well, well, jokes apart. Well, I'm happy that I only asked you two questions because I mean, your answers have been very well, very detailed. And well, I'm joking. Obviously, we're very good friends. So thank you again. This is a beautiful project, and well, you know, we also have the climate decree, Article 4, that will give some funds for reforestation of urban settings. So, well, before leaving you, I'd only like to say that, well, I agree with all the things you said, and well, as you said, we are sort of trying to go back in time, thousands of years ago, when our uh, Po River plain um, was totally different from now. So we'd like to go back to the pre-Roman time. And as you said, if we really managed to implement this project, reaching the objectives of the region, so joining forces between the regional authorities and also the local authorities, really, I think that our offspring well, obviously, as long as the human beings don't disappear from the planet before that. But anyhow, I know I'm not an optimist, but anyhow, if we do this, we will manage to totally change the look of this planet. And we will manage to have a total reforestation of this area. Thank you, Irene. Thanks for being here with us. I know that you're always very busy. Yes. Well, so, well, thanks to digital technologies, we are working much more than before. In the past, we used to have just one conference a day. Now we have 4 conferences a day. Thank you for being with us again. And well, thanks on behalf of the municipality of Cervia. And we will send you all the speeches, we'll send you all the documents, all the materials. I hope it's going to be useful. I hope it's useful for your next projects and your next activities. Thank you, Irene. I'm going to to Bologna. Thank you. All right, so this is all for this morning. And I must say, personally, I'm very satisfied. I think I've learned lots of things this morning. So thank you for your attendance. Well, they're telling me that we have many listeners and many attendees, so many viewers. So we will start again at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. And I guarantee that this afternoon session will be as interesting as the morning. So thank you. Enjoy lunch. Get some coffee before coming back. See you later.
Welcome back. Welcome back to our forest. And let's start with this afternoon session. And we are going to start with Alfonso Femia, an Archie star. So low profile. I'm joking. Alfonso Femia is a friend of Cervia. He is a world-renowned architect. He has firms in Milan, Genoa, and Paris. And he is also a member of the commission that will evaluate the projects for the Cervia Urban Park. I immediately gave the floor to him. He is going to talk about Equilibrium, a project for the responsibility between nature and artifice. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? That's the number one question for this type of event. I immediately share. I'm going to share immediately the presentation. Okay, can you see that? Perfect. So I'll try to tell you a little bit something about this important point of view. The title you chose for the event tells me the importance of some words, the beauty of living urban. I think it's extremely important. So I would like to start with what we call a project is the meeting with the territory, a city, a history. And it is a dialogue, an exchange. Well, an exchange between nature and artifice is fundamental in my opinion. So I took up about responsibility, the responsibility we should all take in this period. And well, the recent generations lived a relationship with reality in a different way compared to the past. In the past, it was a more physical approach. Whereas now there's a problem in the relationship with reality. And at the moment, we are physically isolated, connected virtually, which is a very strange thing. It's weird. And I don't know if we are able to manage this moment by using some specific words. So, from this point of view, the act of seeing is something at the basis. Every day we do not watch in the right way, and there's a word that I don't use so much at the moment. Ecosystem. Ecosystem is something actually connected to today's relationship. There is a closer relationship. And there is a relationship between the territory and mankind, which is also fundamental. Because the territory, it's something that we often forget, whereas what happens is what is important and what we can look at and analyze. In particular, we know that we need to consider also the action of man on the territory, and so the different relationship with landscapes. The relationship between man and environment, but also among themselves. This element makes me reflect a lot on other important things. Well, horizon and time. Because we generally focus on the idea of perception and of landscape. And another thing that we tend to forget, and in over the last 30 years, we have considered um, again the relationship between man and nature. The idea of perception has at its basis the concept of water. We actually lost the foundation relationship. And the topic of water, the theme of water, will be one of the most important environmental topics. Water will be at the core of the environmental choices, especially because, it is symptomatic of the idea of limitation, and all the things together makes us understand the idea of limitations. And considering this limit is the only way we can use to deal with nature. So, again, nature has always taught us something fundamental, which is fundamental also for architecture, for the cities. And it's responsibility and generosity. So, uh, local administrations should be aware of these two things. And this goes back to the initial idea of equilibrium, of balance, as well as consciousness or awareness. And science, so the relationship with the figures, with research, but also the awareness of people. And again, we said that sustainability has somehow been interrupted, broken. There are some priorities that have been confused. Uh, but we should really talk about sustainability. And at the same time, a sort of catalog was created, but we forgot the ideas and the thoughts that are at the basis of this kind of reasoning. And we realized too late that there was a problem that we had to face the climate change, and at the end it's a sort of game. We are calculating how much time um, is left, and we lost this responsible look, which should slow down the I'm sorry because there are some problems with the audio, and so the translation was not very fluid. So, going back to the idea of responsibility and responsible look, we should really slow down the, let's say, the run of man in the world. Going back to another project, another important project. Um, you see, these website. It tells that about 223 billion of square meters have been built, and it may get to 230 in 2060. And this exponential growth in some areas of the world is giving problems to other areas in the world where this maybe didn't happen. So we should refresh the concept of sustainability. Um, and nature is the founding element, once again, of this concept of sustainability. When we deal with the idea of forests and deforestation, there's a great responsibility for architects, and not only architects, um, well, they declare and they have some manifestos and are involved in different types of projects. So we shouldn't talk about responsibility towards the environment, but responsibility to core, because it is fundamental to be aware of this need for sustainability, and should not be a competition. It's just a principle which should be at the basis of architecture itself. And one of the principles at the basis of this project is the principle of sustainability and the fact of going beyond limits, trying to use a different perspective and have a new vision. This is why I wanted to share with you one of the first urban projects near Paris that was born as a first need. Um, Something that was actually a big opportunity to us, because as you can see here, every action at even a small scale can have repercussions at a wider level. So in this case, three cities had a common project, and so there was an infrastructure areas all around surrounding it that actually changed its look and made us understand that this area, compared to other assets in Paris and other cities, um, made us understand that reality should go hand in hand with the needs that we have. So the first important thing is the relationship with the territory, with the local area. And you see here the importance of water, of a river, which is really an element that binds, that puts things together, that matches things together. And here you see the relationship between natural density and urban density. It's about 50%. So the question here is, what kind of identity should we give? What kind of identity should we attach? Is it a sort of patchwork of buildings with no identity, when nature, forest is just a residue, or has no qualities? And the other important thing is the dimension of time. The dimension of time, the ability to think and to interact with projects in 5, 10 years. So this can have a role and can makes us understand that these should be spread, have a wider um, impact on the surrounding area. So going back to the project itself, we worked on the perimeter, but also we worked on the connection, and we worked on the idea of reducing the number of cars, and also the scale and the identity of places. This is a scheme of the area and of how it was. And here you see nature and the density of nature in the pictures and the map. So you see what we did with was already existing and what was implemented later. And you see here that we needed to go farther and follow a path in the course of time, being able to meet different needs and requests that the city had. And the metaphor here is the pathway, let's say, of water, the journey of water with and the other topic was working with symmetry. Normally, urban projects have this symmetry at an urban level, even though there are these differences in this diagonal, for example, in Barcelona, which is different compared to the concept of boulevard, which is a straight line to cross. And so we want to affirm asymmetry, sorry, which is able to create some anchoring with its context, with its area. And so the actions are integration, the fact of freeing up areas, irrigating, so building new water distribution systems, and also reconnecting, creating new lines between functional areas, and enhance some public spaces, but also polarize these public spaces and create a real place, which is the basis of the territory, combine and create a relationship between what is already existing. With all these things, so we got to the idea of densification. The interpreter apologizes, but some of the words that the speaker is saying cannot be heard. This project at the beginning was composed of 4 parts, but it included different public authorities in 4 years. And then it was at the basis of other projects. So responsibility, nature, the idea of urban foster, which is a foundation element for this kind of project, but it must be at the basis of the territory itself and not of the city. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, for your ability to sum up concepts and keywords. I think that the concept of several territories, the fact of thinking of different interventions, as also the local councillor Priolo was saying, having projects that do not have limitations, do not have borders, but can involve several areas, several territories. This is not banal. This is not something to be taken for granted, and it's not easy at all. But it's one of the things that really impressed me more. And so this is the take-home message that I will also take to the final conclusions today. I would like to ask you to stay with us because maybe there will be questions at the end of the second session. Now, let's change scene and let's move to the Po Delta because Maria Pia Pagliarusco is going to... hello, Maria Pia. Welcome. Hello, Roberto, and thank you. So Maria Pia will talk about a project connected to sustainability and to the to a very complex ecosystem, maybe one of the most complex, together with forests. Maria Pia, I give you the floor for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to the mayor of Cervia, my former president, for inviting me, Mr. Meidri. We have worked together for 4 years. And so I would really like to thank him for inviting me. When I was asked to introduce a project, to present a project, it was a difficult choice because there are lots of projects that we are carrying out. So I didn't know what to talk about. At the end, I decided to present a project about the ecosystem services. And considering the previous presentations, I think I chose the right one. I am going to share with you my presentation now, my screen. Okay. So sorry, but there are problems with the connection. The speaker is not connected anymore. Sorry. Can you go back a little bit because the connection went down? So can you go back to the beginning of the presentation? Thank you. So I'm sorry. Maybe I made some mistakes with this technology. So I was saying that the ecosystem services are extremely important in terms of survival and well-being for the mankind. And even though we started studying this idea in the 40s, it is still not very well known. I would like to give you a quickly overview about the ecosystem services that can be considered. First, when we say ecosystem services, we talk about the systems, the services, sorry, with multiple benefits that are offered for free to man ecosystems. They come from ecological functions that become service only when they intercept, when they meet a demand. So the survival of mankind depends on the ecosystem services which are at the basis and surround man itself. This concept is even more important if we consider that if we consider the natural resources, the natural capital, but also the fact that we have to reach the objectives set by the UNESCO Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. And going back to the idea of protected area, but I don't want to dwell too much on this. Well, I decided to talk about the different categories of ecosystem services. We have the procurement, so farming, production, hunting. Hunting is both connected to the procurement of food, but also to culture. So it's halfway. Then there are cultural services, regulation services such as water purification, or support services with the habitat and species conservation and nutrient recycling. Another important thing is the assessment of the economic value of ecosystem services. So this assessment, and so the fact of using it for real economy, is based on the identification of ecosystem services, a biophysical quantification, the determination of their economic value, and payment for service systems, the identification of beneficiaries, and finally, the types of payment itself. And here is the Delta Lady project. We realized that with the tools that we had to manage the park, and these kind of tools of instruments have an importance at the urban level and are at the basis of our work in the park. Well, it was necessary to define and also, let's say, assess the value to pay for ecosystem values because they are not included. We realize that they were lacking, and we realized that they were fundamental. Um, they were fundamental to consider for this project, and this is where this project stemmed for. This project was carried out together with Arter, with the Emilia-Romagna region. It was financed within the Interreg Central Europe project, and it was launched in October 2018 and will continue until 2023. In my opinion, this project is extremely important because it involves 6 European countries where there are river deltas. For example, there is France, Romania, Ireland, Spain, Italy. And the purpose of the project, well, it started from the identification of these European countries characterized by a high richness in terms of biodiversity, but poor countries, so areas with a very important and a very high value natural capital, but their economic performances are among the lowest in Europe. So GDP, average income are low in those areas. So what is the aim of the project? What is its purpose? The project aims to work on policy instruments that can support the economic growth of these countries, of these regions, by enhancing the ecosystem services and determining their quantification for payment itself. So the main goal was to promote some innovative uses of ecosystem services, starting from the natural capital generating ecosystem services, supporting the regional development. So the project is concentrated on the management of the territory of the area, which can play a role at a local level. In the river delta, the Po Delta, the area is divided into 6 areas connected to 6 station plans. The idea is to exchange know-how and good practices to improve and define regional policies for ecosystem services. So each region involves local stakeholders that can provide or take advantage of these systems. And the new practices will be at the basis of the improvement of policy instruments for the Po Delta. And what did we do? First, the area is extremely wide, for 54,000 hectares. The characteristics and natural features are extremely different. So also in terms of landscape, there are great differences. And we identified 2 pilot areas, one for Volano, Mesolagoro, and the second one for the Valle di Comacchio valleys. And for the first one, there was a specific area in the area of Goro. And local stakeholders were involved together with those in charge of the urban planning of the different areas. So other speakers talked about small municipalities. How is it possible to be effective considering that their small size and also receive the right advice and counseling and expertise to do it? I can say that the park includes 9 small municipalities. Well, no, they are not all small, but I think that the fact of joining, is at the basis of its success in this sense. So the results and also the different contributions were different according to the areas. And a very interesting thing is that all the authorities are working on the general urban plans and also take into consideration the Italian law of 2017. Um, and the fact of dealing with these urban plans, some actions will be included for the preservation of biodiversity and of natural capital, which characterize us as protected area. So what did we do? First, we identified four operational good practices that are characterized as payment for ecosystem services, PES, and this was a way to communicate to the beneficiaries the value of the natural capital and also involve them in the decision-making process. The activities of fishing or hunting or mushroom picking are fundamental and were divided, let's say, into the different areas of the park. For example, eel fishing in the Comacchio valleys, and finally, tourism and education for the Comacchio salt pans. So tourism was also the starting point to replicate this ecosystem service on the whole area, because the final purpose is to have a role in the in changing policy instruments and give the chance to other realities to replicate the example. We collected a series of data to estimate from a biophysical and economic point of view the ecosystem services in the stations of the Comacchio Valleys and Volano Mesolagoro, which had been previously identified. And we tried to quantify the economic value of natural capital overall by means of let's say, addition of two components. One is the use value, so the economic value of the ecosystem service itself, and the non-use value, so the value attributed by the people to the natural capital, even when their benefits and use are not considered, are not taken into account. So the this value was calculated by means of surveys among the population. And people were asked if they were willing, let's say, to pay and how much they were willing to pay for such a system. The project will be concluded in 2023. The next steps will involve tourist operators to define the PES, so the payment for ecosystem services for ecotourism. And I think that well, another thing that we would like to do, and we are already doing part of it, we would like to identify some ecosystem services also for their payment that are in line both with the urban tools used by the various authorities and the park itself with its stations. And finally, to contribute to preserving this biodiversity, we will continue underline the importance of this area, not only for Italy, but also for a wider and international tourism.
Thank you, Maria Pia. Please stay with us for any questions that there might be at the end of the next speech by Professor Salvitano. Fabio is already here. He's a professor of forestry at the University of Florence. He's an expert in forests, woods, and so I'm going to leave the floor to him now. Well, are you there? Yes. Okay. So no need for any further introduction. So I'm going to leave the floor to him. Very good afternoon. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me well. Well, yes, I'm going to talk about urban forests. Urban forests and ecosystems. I don't have any specific projects to tell you about. I would like to tell you more in general about the management of urban forests. The first remark I'd like to make is that, well, the cities are the main cause of many problems, also for human beings. Well, obviously, they act like magnets because many people prefer to move to the cities. But, however, they present with many vulnerabilities, many problems which require an answer. They require to be fixed. They require a new attitude. They require some proposals and solutions. So, with regard to my work, and also related to what my colleague said, we should give more value to ecosystem services as carriers of new opportunities and a higher quality for the environment. Another aspect that is also very interesting, well, when we wake up in the morning, we should always think about the trees, I think, and we should think about planting new trees. But why? Well, trees have a very deep meaning, and this is why we're trying to plant as many, many of them. And obviously, we also have to maintain and be aware of the value of already existing forests and trees and ecosystems that have been existing for thousands and thousands of years. So there are many initiatives at the moment, all of them very useful, very meaningful. What are urban forests? Because I have the feeling quite often that urban forests, but also the word, the expression urban forestation at the moment. Well, this is quite fashionable at the moment. Well, of course, these are very up to date. All these subjects are very up to date. So, what are they? Well, they are not forests as we may think of them in the most classical way. So, for example, mountains or hills covered in trees, where then very complex processes intermingle and grow. Well, over the time we have developed the concept of urban forests. They are a network, a system where we could include woods, individual trees, inside the urban and the peri-urban territories or areas. So there could be it could be parks, gardens, trees in marginal areas. Well, urban forests might also include trees by the roadside. So what we usually refer to as green infrastructure. Green infrastructure in contact with the urban environment. They are a bridge between rural areas and urban areas. They represent a connection. There are different types of urban forests here. You can see a few of them. These are the ones mentioned by FAO guidelines about urban and peri-urban forests, but obviously we could have many different and many other classifications. Well, I know that classifications may be quite boring, but they are extremely useful when it comes to planning our towns and cities. But anyhow, there are some specific indications about the urban forests. So they are trees along the roads and also in public spaces, or then we refer to urban forest. And when we talk about forests and architecture of the landscape, so public parks and gardens, or then some ancient urban woods, or also some symbolic and monumental trees. So different elements, different things refer to urban forests. But well, we should also have a look at the services and the benefits of urban forests. Now we're going to watch a short video. I hope you can hear the audio, and then you will tell me if you can hear it. We can't hear it, we can only see it. Sorry. Well, I let the video continue because actually it was just music, so it doesn't really matter if you didn't hear the sound or the audio because it was just music. So there was no spoken text. Well, these services are strictly connected to the objectives of sustainable development, and obviously always depends on our concept of sustainability. But anyhow, well, some international directives have been published, and then some national policies have been drawn up and implemented. And well, so urban forests are at the center of political plans and projects. So urban forests are related to all the objectives of sustainable development. Here, there's no reference to objective number 14. If we think about river, delta, estuaries, or, well, cities in Latin America, also mangroves are to be considered as urban forest. I'm not going to repeat what the previous colleague said. I'm not going to define ecosystem services. Just a few examples. Ecosystem services are linked to urban forests. And, well, I'd like to share this example of urban food forests, that is to say, sort of edible urban forests. And this is a specific type of urban forests that are extremely useful. I mean, edible urban forests for sure will not solve food-related problems in the cities or in the world. But anyhow, they are something quite interesting in order to increase participation of the citizens, social inclusion, a construction of the sense of community, and at the same time, they have a very strong, educational task role. Well, I'm also referring to education to food, education to eating, or having on your doorstep some fresh food that grows up, that grows in a very natural way without being modified or changed. There are actually many different experiences. And for sure, one of the most interesting is the Picasso Food Forest of Parma. And well, it's actually become a community project in Parma, and it is about food production and food provision thanks to a food forest. So the food forest has become a new way to create some social relations, to produce food and provide social relations. We're not going to watch the next video. I'd like to show you some examples of, well, this is a project for Emilia-Romagna region. It is called Regenerating the City by Means of Nature, so using nature. And another specific example is this research related to the Florence urban forest and its contribution to the reduction of fine dust and pollutants. Sorry. And well, this is a research, a type of research that can really help us understand where to plant the trees. How shall we plant them? How can we plant them so that they are more helpful in order to improve the quality of the air? And also, how can we plant the trees in order to have an impact on microclimate? Sorry, Flavio, you don't have time left. Okay, the next 3 slides with regard to supporting services. Supporting services are extremely interesting. Also, when we talk about biodiversity, it's not just about having nature available, but actually it's many more things related to life, having trees, being able to support well-being. And there are some examples. this is this is a project, a life project that has also become an educational project in the north of Italy, and then cultural services. You know, at the moment, we are working in order to promote the importance of trees inside cultural UNESCO sites. And well, and in fact, we are trying to analyze them. 20% of cultural sites, UNESCO sites in the world do have something related to urban forests. And then, obviously, we have the issue of functionality, like comfort, thermal comfort, ecotourism, the creation of a specific economy out of urban forests, but also the possibility to increase biodiversity. And well, again, we're talking about heat islands, thermal comfort, and the possibility to increase the quality of life in cities, but health itself. So health and well-being as perceived by the people, thanks to the cooling down of temperatures, but also, well, taking care of their psychophysical well-being. This is the city of Merano, and well, they have carried out this urban forest project, and it's been very beneficial. So in my opinion, urban forest should be synonym of happiness, well-being, health. So these are solutions based on nature, and I hope that you will all help us plant trees, and above all, seed the conditions, or well, plant or seed, create the conditions for a better future. Well, thank you. We've been talking about planting trees since this morning. And so now I would like to open the question time, to start the question time. There are a couple of questions, maybe. Well, are there any questions? Yes, the first question to Alfonso Femia. And I would like to ask you, since you work in the international context, we would like to ask you, where in Italy, but also abroad, so in which area are they showing more sensitivity to the environment and the relation with the urban setting? Are you asking me to name a specific place, or are you asking me about the future trends? Well, with regard to the future trends or the current trends, I must say that in Italy and in France in the last 15 years, there's been a replacement of criteria, so some new criteria that impose a higher surface covered by vegetation. So, well, and also in terms of new buildings, we're both in Italy and in France, we're using some new techniques in order to have a better balance, to find this difficult balance. But, well, we need to do that. The current trend is that there's certainly more awareness, more sensitivity. And well, but quite often there are many projects, very ambitious projects, which are not actually implemented. The projects are very ambitious. They want to be super sustainable, but it's very hard to put them into practice. Very often, these projects just disappear. They are just abandoned due to their costs. But undoubtedly, there is a very strong attention on these subjects. But I would like to have to change the mindset of people, not just to change the guidelines. I would like people to have a new mindset, so a cultural mindset. I don't know if I was clear enough. Thank you, Alfonso. And now a question to the director of the park. Well, from quite of a general perspective, I'd like to ask you, Maria Pia, well, you're working on two provinces. You worked with two provinces for the implementation of this project. So I'd like to ask you if this will, in your opinion, do you think that we will have an integrated town plan in the future? I mean, joining different municipalities together. Well, as you know, I've been collaborating with individual municipalities, but we also had some meetings with all of them all together. We know that every municipality has a different organization. And of course, we have received different responses from the different municipalities. Some of them are well, more keen on some aspects, for example, Cervia, Ravenna, and Argenta. Some others instead haven't understood yet the potentials of ecosystems, of promoting ecosystems. As I told you earlier, although, well, I know that my speech was just a summary, it was very schematic and it was a summary, but however, many ecosystem services are already paid. For example, hunting. Hunting is paid for when people get the authorization to go hunting, and we reinvest that money into the environment. Well, the only thing is that, well, these activities are not traced or monitored. We would like to act as a common trait among the different institutions. Because, as I said, the park has many different environmental characteristics. Anyhow, we would like to identify some ecosystem services that can be easily replicated in almost all areas. This is why we started from tourism, because tourism is well, relates to all the institutions that are part of the park. And therefore, as part of the general town plan, we would like to make sure that all municipalities are involved in the in the same town plan, more or less, or at least with some common features. Last question to Professor Salvitano. Where are we building these new urban forests? Well, because this is also one of the key issues. There are so many projects by regional administrations or national administration. But well, first of all, it would be a good idea to manage the already existing forests and woods properly, but also where shall we find all the land that we need in order to build the urban forests? Shall we get the land from agriculture? And well, what do you think? Such a general question, it's not easy to answer. But first of all, we should, as we always say, plant the right tree at the right place. So first of all, we should select the right places and then plant the right trees. So the right place means a place that is available, but also the right place is where the planted trees will have their best performance. So if we plant trees as one of the actions that we are putting into place in order to fight against climate change, even if we plant hundreds of millions of trees, we will not solve climate change, of course. I mean, this is not sufficient. It's not enough. Of course, we need to do many more things like reduce consumption, make the best use of energy resources, etc. We will have to do many things together. Well, actually, it may have like a boomerang effect if we think that we can solve all climate change problems or all the problems we have nowadays by just planting trees. Well, again, as I said, we need to plant the right trees at the right place. As Maria Pia said, well, we will have to choose a land in order to host a forest, but maybe not everybody will agree with that. We need to be able to keep a certain balance in our society. So let's see what kind of ecosystem services we will be able to generate. And also, let's try to listen to all the stakeholders. Let's meet them. Let's draw up contracts. For example, in Lombardy region, they have created an urban forest after signing a contract with the owners of the land in order to maximize ecosystem services. So we can't just say we will plant 100 billion trees. This will not fix the entire world. We have to plant some sort of conditions. I mean, we need to have a certain structural project from the aesthetic, economic, social, environmental point of view, of course, ecological point of view. Only by doing that, we will manage to obtain some results. And this is something that we have started already with Emilia-Romagna regional government. Since we know about the plan to plant 4.5 million trees corresponding to 4.5 million inhabitants, the inhabitants of the region. Because otherwise, once you have planted all the trees, if nobody manages or maintains them, it will be a failure. Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks to the three of you. So now it's time to invite Elisa Pellegrini. She is professor at the University of Pisa, master degree in design and management of urban green spaces and landscaping. And she's a friend of Cervia. I know that she created many gardens for Maggio in Fiore, blossoming May. So please, Professor Pellegrini, try and respect the timetable. I will be very strict with you, just like with the others. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to also say hello to everyone on behalf of the president of the degree course, who has always had a very active role also in the relationship with the municipality of Cervia. Part of the speakers, of the previous speakers, have already mentioned something about what I'm going to talk about. And I would like to go back to the concept of environmental education. It dates back to the end of the 90s, and it refers to the fact of the purpose of teaching the structure and the organization of the natural environment to men and women, providing them with the right behaviors in order to make them sustainable towards the ecosystems without altering the balances. This scheme shows you the five main steps that characterize the evolution of the um concept of environmental education. And considering a series of important events, such as environmental crisis or the spreading of the eco-friendly ideology, well, this has become something more and more global and related to the community. In 2015, the EPA gave a definition of environmental education. They said that it is a process allowing individuals to focus on environmental problems with a solving perspective and be able to make decisions based on an in-depth knowledge of these things. As you can see in this graph, the role of citizenship and participation is fundamental. And you see that there is a continuous cycle in which the participation of citizens is core to the four principles of environmental education: understanding, responsibility, awareness, and competence. So, going from theories to practices, the environmental education, the name itself, makes us understand that there are two components: education and environment. Education gives us the communication media, let's say, to translate a scientific message in a language that several social groups can understand. Um, on the other side, there is the environment, which is a component that, um, let's say, sets the balance uh, that exists between man and the environment. So there is a linear relationship between the need to know, reflect, and act in order to define strategies and programs and projects that are useful to teach what I saying at the beginning, some good behaviors. I would like to give you a few examples of environmental education of our research group. We have been working for over 30 years in the field of environmental education, and the purpose is to raise awareness among several, let's say, age groups towards air pollution and the problems with the ozone layer. Um, there are biomonitoring techniques at the basis with specific plants and spaces that are used as spies, so to say. So they tell us the symptoms that the ozone is somehow provoking. causing. This is something that allows us to focus on a problem that cannot perceived by our senses because it cannot be touched, it cannot be smelled, and it cannot be seen. So, uh, on the picture on the right, as Professor Morelli said earlier, we worked with primary school children from, well, actually preschool children from 3 to 5 years old, which are fundamental when we talk about awareness. And specially trained staff went to in classroom and followed the different steps with the children, and they created this sort of tobacco mini gardens, and the children took them at home or kept them at school, and they realized after 1 week the kind of macroscopic reactions, the ozone. Um, so children could see by using a magnifying glass what happened on the plants, and they could even quantify it by what they call uh, battle. Uh, and this raised awareness not only among the children but also among their parents, because we distributed questionnaires concerning the problem of climate. So here is the connection with citizen science that was introduced at the end of the 90s for the first time. And it is defined as a competence, as a knowledge existing within some groups of people that were traditionally considered as ignorant, in inverted commas. This means that two seemingly distant worlds can collaborate, can exchange opinions, and deal with environmental problems. This first definition and approach was innovative at the time, but it was not so so much, let's say, appreciated, um, because there was this difference between science and knowledge. Uh, some years later, 2010, there was another definition of citizen science. It said that it is a research technique allowing for the use of public, let's say, representatives of the general public to collect scientific data. So here there was some sort of mutual relationship between these two words. So that was a turning point, because you can see here how the scientific world attached much more attention to this topic. You see here the growing trends in our scientific papers published at the international level. Here are some case studies that states very clearly how the researchers, thanks to university students, volunteers, teachers, could define some protocols to monitor and map a particular species and what did they do? They identified different anthropic actions on these species, these Alianthus altissima species, and they monitored infestation sites, and focused on the problems that could be connected to the presence of these species. In the city of Trieste, a research group also launched a similar initiative, and here researchers um, involved young students between the age of 11 and 21. And after some training and some quite basic IT tools, they mapped the presence of invasive species such as Ailanthus, Ambrosia, and Senecio. And they uploaded several observations, and these observations were validated by the group of experts. So they confirmed the data collected. In the United Kingdom, a project was launched about 5 years ago, not for the mapping of invasive species, but to identify the presence of Fraxinus excelsior. And here the involvement of citizens was fundamental. Over 400 trees were selected from areas where there was a high infection of this pathogen. And so they observed the effect in terms of, let's say, progressive deterioration. Well, for sure, this was a very good situation because you see here that there are some practical case studies showing how good the citizen science can be, but there can be problems. Problems connected to the fact that some researchers think that it's not useful to convey, to communicate, let's say, their knowledge to the citizens. And on the other side, citizens can take some extreme stances, extreme position. So what might be the challenge for the future? The challenge for the future is going on collaborating. As you can see here in this cyclic procedure, which is similar to the symbol of the infinite. Well, for sure, researchers will be both the citizens taking advantage of the research and collaborating in the research, but on the other side, there will be those who have the knowledge to validate the results achieved. In order to conduct a particular research based on participation of the community, and a smart science system. And this was all for me. Thank you, Lisa, for your speech, for your contribution. We are rushing because we are slightly late, but I think that can be acceptable. And let's move back to the local area. And let's talk about pine woods, in particular the pine woods of Cervia and Ravenna. And let's start with Commander Giovanni Nobili, head of the Biodiversity Department of the Carabinieri Corps in Punta Marina. Welcome. Welcome and thank you for being with us. Everyone is welcoming you. They all know you. And I give the floor immediately so we can make up for some lost time. Thank you. Thank you. What can I add after all these very interesting presentations? Well, we are working on coastal pine woods, and we have been doing it for quite a long time now, all together with lots of authorities and with the great attention that the people from Romagna have always had for this type of environment, because they love it from the bottom of their hearts. They are really fond of their pine woods. Being the head of the biodiversity department of the Carabinieri Corps, we manage the pine woods in Cervia, Ravenna, and up to the area of Ferrara. And at the basis of this attention, there are important reasons. There are some great difficulties that come not only from this area, but also from far away. These are global problems that we all know very well. And we know the effects of climate change, of the sea level rise. And we know the effects on a flat land with low coastal areas, as it is in Emilia-Romagna, where we have problems, and the effects are quite visible. And over the last few years, the environment conditions of these ecosystems have also changed. So coastal ecosystems in Ravenna, but also ecosystems that are connected to the social and economic fabric in Romagna. Because for Ravenna, the pine wood is a historical element that must be present. Being in the Carabinieri Corps for biodiversity, well, we focus on coastal pine woods. In 1905, these pine woods were first protected also by the law, and these areas were started to be planted, and now their role is crucial. If you think of Romagna and of Ravenna, but also for tourists coming from abroad and from everywhere, the fact of running or cycling or walking in the pine wood is something that other areas cannot offer. So it's a distinguishing mark. If you think of the other side of Italy on the Tyrrhenian Sea, well, in Romagna, we need to look at the future and to what can be defined as the governance of this territory. And for sure, there's a limitation connected to the, let's say, look at the future that we can have, because we should not just think in terms of 10, 20 or 10 years, but look at the situation in 80 years or so. If you think of the rise in the sea level, this might be from 50 to 80 centimeters. And you see here the pictures of what is happening in this area. And this, let's say, drop in the soil level is connected to the sea level rise. And there's a process connected to the social and economical management of the area. Things are changing. When these pine woods were initially created and designed, the context was completely different. They had to be protected from a historical point of view, because at the beginning of the 1900 of the 20th century, the situation was very, very different, and land reclamation was underway. So the creation of coastal pine woods that are now characterizing for the area of Cervia was deeply connected to the natural inclination of man to go on and follow the territory. The law at that time talked about the um, fact of planting trees in the maritime areas, because there were areas near the sea that had been completely abandoned, and maybe the activities of man could enrich those areas. At that time, that was what happened. This created labor, created work for a lot of people, and there were lots of people from Romagna that played a key role in the reclamation, also in Agro Romano and Agro Pontino, so in the area around Rome. And they created those very known coastal areas that are widely known by tourists as well. So if there is a request coming from tourists, this means that what has been defined so far works. And this is something that now it's completely different from what from the past. And the concept of ecosystem services is fundamental. In the past, there were only systems connected to the material side. Um, for example, if you think of a pine wood, maybe the sale of pine nuts was the only system, the only service that was considered. Whereas now there are, for example, regulation ecosystem services. They gave the chance even in the past to get protected from marine events, for example, from the from adverse weather conditions, or to protect crops and the fields. But it wasn't possible to talk about real ecosystem services. Um, just because 100 years ago, this kind of things mm, were not necessary and were not required by the society, at least in this area and at that time. Things are changing. They are changing very rapidly, and unfortunately, this leaves us quite doubtful for the future. The fact of having such conferences and chances to meet and to talk about also the major, the greatest negative effects that have become more and more visible, such as exaggerated weather events connected to the climate change, should make us reflect. And altogether, we should consider that this new situation will affect us all, and also affects the stakeholders, all these stakeholders. So both citizens and all the businesses and activities in the local area, because they benefit from the natural resources for their businesses as well. So This request that in the course of years made us move from a protection of the environment connected to the requests of material goods, of material assets, to an approach which is much more, let's say, immaterial and connected more to cultural aspects. So what a citizen expects, what the community consider the value of these assets and of this heritage. So the beauty of natural environment. Well, this, if you think of this natural environment, its origin is actually artificial, it is man-made, but it is now a natural aspect connected to the activities of man, to human activities. This gives an indication and a guideline about how to manage these areas in the future. The governance of these territories requires to consider them in 20, 30, 50, up to 80 years. And these areas will not be the same, but they have a strength which will be able to promote this area again, together with the cultural aspects. So cultural ecosystem services as drivers for this process. In the past, the expectations were only connected to the agricultural world, to farming, whereas now there's a closer connection with tourism. And what will happen in the future? Well, we don't know. But the main goal, the main final goal, should be giving biodiversity the chance to be stronger, and for wetlands, pine woods, and the local areas as a whole, well, let them be at the basis of the ecosystem stability that was guaranteed by the activities of those who came before us. Thank you very much, Commander. Thank you for this particular point of view of coastal pine woods. I think we can move to the last presentations of today. Massimiliano Costa, Director of Projects for Environmental Promotion and Protection of Ravenna City Council. And he's going to give us another point of view of pine woods, both in terms of culture and nature.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your very kind invitation. So I will also try to share my screen. I hope it works. So the pine wood of Ravenna, well, these are ancient woods, and they date back to ancient times. The trees are not autochthonous trees of our coastal area, and well, so, but then they became something familiar to all of us. Can you see my screen? All right, so I will have to start again. All right, yes. Okay, sorry, then I will have to start again from scratch. So I was talking about Ravenna pine woods. These are artificial woods. And they were firstly created in ancient times with these trees with Iberian origin, or maybe from Corse, or maybe from Sardinia. So, sorry, I would like to move to the next slide. All right, so this map shows you the origin. The purple color is where the pine trees were introduced around 2,000 years ago. And so you can see the green is the origin of the trees, but anyhow, these are areas cultivated by human beings, well, since the ancient times. The pine tree prefers sandy soil, dry soil, and in North Adriatic areas, very often the soil is quite wet. So there are some factors contrasting with the growth of this species. But anyhow, human beings have tried to fight against these difficulties for pine trees, especially in some areas. Not in the lowlands, though. As you can see on the image, the lowlands are not a good area for pine woods, for pine trees, especially, well, in particular, Ravenna pine woods were first planted 2,000 years ago, at least the small pine tree plantations. So they date back to the Roman Empire. But well, actually, there are some pine woods dating back to the 5th and the 5th century before Christ. And then, well, they grew more and more, and they reached their largest extension around 7,000 hectares, around the 16th century and the 18th century. Pine woods were divided into 4 larger sectors. They were run along the centuries, first by the monks, Benedictine monks, then they were run by the state, and then by France after Napoleonic invasion, and then they became property of the municipalities in 1873, when their surface was quite reduced. It was only 4,700 hectares. This is a pine wood. Well, 1940, a photo from Zangari archive, and then this is a San Vitale pine wood. So as you can see, they were quite different from the current condition nowadays. These are photos from the top. This is the San Vitale pine wood, the largest one in the north of the city of Ravenna. And this is the pine wood of Classe, around 900 hectares in the south of Ravenna city. They are now quite far from the sea, around well, 3 to 5 kilometers from the sea. And actually, they were planted for very specific reasons. First of all, for eating pine nuts, the use of pine cones, and also the use of resin to produce pitch and black smoke for ink. So the harvest of pine cones has always been quite important in the history of Ravenna. And Ravenna had a very long experience and deep experience in this field. Unfortunately, this is being abandoned at the moment. And well, pine nuts were processed, harvested, and then processed. And so this is all documented by the historians. And So pine woods were important for the production of timber, but also as grassland. The citizens from Ravenna used to breed horses and cows. Horses and cows were considered to be compatible with the presence of with the wood. And then, well, the citizens of Ravenna could also use the pine wood for hunting and for fishing, as well as using them for grassland, as grassland. At the moment, pine woods are still used for hunting, but they are now important for leisure, well, from picnics to a day out. And also people do exercise in the pine wood today. And they're also quite famous among tourists. So pine woods have changed quite a lot over the centuries. The first documents are from the 18th century. Count Francesco Ginanni told us about them in 1774, but also some Latin authors like Martiali, for example. He told us about the presence of animals and trees in the forest around Ravenna. And then we have the text by Pietro Zangheri, Flora e vegetazione delle pinete ravennati from 1936. Well, now, just to demonstrate how much pine woods have changed over the time, and this is quite incredible, I know. These are the animals that used to be present in the 18th century, the deer, wild cat, pelicans, even pelicans, and, well, wolf. Wolves maybe are coming back into the pine wood. Some of these species are still present, though, like these ones, and some are new. Some are new species in the pine wood. For example, well, squirrels. Are new to the pine wood and they are starting to arrive. So the pine woods are changing quite a lot, not just from the animal point of view, but also from the structural point of view, forest point of view. This is due to the different management by human beings. So human beings have decided to manage them in a different way nowadays. So pine woods were planted from the Romans up to the 16th century in a totally different way. In the past, they were located near the sea, and they were actually by the sea. They were planted on a sandy soil, and well, then those lands were invaded by the water carried by Lamone River. And so the conditions of those lands changed totally. And beside human beings used the woods in a totally different way. Very intensive use in the 18th century, and then human beings started concentrating more on agriculture, sorry, up to Zangheri. So in the beginning of the 20th century, this is what the pine wood looked like in the 70s, 1970s. Professor Pirolo says that the pine wood was changing. So the wood was changing as well as the normal 4 different layers. So starting from, from the bottom, we had grass, then shrubs, and then smaller trees and taller trees. There's a 5th layer, that is to say, the pine trees that at that time, so in mid 20th century, the pine trees almost totally covered the forest. And so they looked a bit like tropical forests at that time. But since then, things have changed even more because, well, due to a different management of the pine woods, but also due to well, changing conditions, environmental conditions, climate conditions. We have talked about them so much today. Well, as I said, the woods have changed up to nowadays. And well, in fact, nowadays, we have those trees that have adapted the most to the new conditions. So we have near the dunes, we still have stone pine because the soil is dry and suitable to the dunes, the consolidated dunes. And then we also have Mediterranean shrubs instead in those areas where, due to subsidence and also due to wet conditions, the wood has changed. Well, we have poplar, obviously, white poplar, and Mesophilus wood. Then in those areas where human beings have tried to plant pine trees until 30 years ago, we are now actually seeing that pine trees are not surviving anymore. These are flooded areas and we have Hygrophilus species. So we have black alder, for example, we have southern ash, and we also have well, many other trees, for example, white willow. So here on these images, we can see the forest at the moment, the wood at the moment. You can see the wood that is closer to the lagoon. And here, this is mainly dominated by pine trees. You can see the color of the foliage and the size. Instead, here with the darker um, darker color, we have well, holm oak mainly. Here instead we have white poplar. What are we doing today in order to manage pine woods? Well, just to conclude, every year the municipality of Ravenna invests quite a lot of money for the management of pine woods, around 1 million euros. It's, well, municipal money, partially also private money, and also one part of it belongs to the plan for rural development. In some other cases, they are extraordinary projects, for example, life projects. And well, we maintain the roads along the pine woods. We also maintain floodgates. We maintain the dams, the little houses inside the pine woods. And we also maintain the trails, information boards, and also some forest interventions. For example, well, as you know, fortunately, luckily, the wood grows, and so we have to do some selective chopping down of trees. We also have, obviously, to well, we also have to remove dangerous trees along the roads and the trails if they are located in critical positions. So our main trend is going towards a more natural, more spontaneous wood. Obviously, we also have to fight against climate change. As we have heard many times today, the sea water level is increasing, and humidity damages the pine trees. Because, well, you know, in most of the cases, the water is salty, obviously, and trees are suffering. And, well, obviously, we want to preserve the trees. So in those cases where, well, we have to act, we need to keep some fresh water. To find the right balance between fresh water and seawater. And also, obviously, we have to, well, to act whenever there's a strong wind damaging the trees. And also another enemy of our pine trees and pine woods is the snow. Heavy snow, again, damages or breaks foliage and the branches of our pine trees. Just an example of what we're doing is we're trying to install some micro plants in order to remove water from some areas that would otherwise be flooded. So about the future, so we are trying to install some pumps. What we're trying to do is we're trying to counter climate change or the consequences of climate change. And at the same time, we are trying to make sure that the forest looks like an ancient, spontaneous forest. Obviously, this is a wood that has undergone many changes due to political decisions in the past, but it is a wood that has to look like a forest. It will never be a primary forest, but at least we would like it to look like an ancient wood. So it will have to be as natural as possible. We want it to have a nice vertical and also horizontal structure, and also the age. Obviously, nobody is going to remove any more trees from these pine woods, and we want to be able to govern the wood in a wise way. So these are photos that I took a few days ago inside the San Vitale pine wood, and as you can see, well, some dead trees are left standing if they're not dangerous, and also some trees down lying on the ground if they're not dangerous, because we wanted to have the look of an ancient forest. Well, you know, our local population is in love with the pine wood, not just the classical open pine wood, but actually we love it's not just us, it's also many animals and many other trees who love the pine wood. So what we have to do is we need to keep some areas of artificial pine wood where we mainly have pine trees. We need to have grass um, alternating with open spaces. And then we will also have a mesophilic wood, hygrophilous wood, and of course, our forest management plan is the tool that will define. Well, actually, we're starting now planning our activities for the next few years. Well, it shouldn't be a 20-year plan, it should be a 100-year plan, but well, you know, it is a 20-year plan for the future. But anyhow, these are the objectives that we would like to reach. As I said, open areas are also a natural condition. We need to have open areas. In natural conditions, we would have big animals, big mammals, which are now extinct, unfortunately. And we would love to have these animals still. But anyhow, well, I think we can do something in order to maintain open areas. We are spending some hundreds of thousands, thousand euros, and so I think we should have a much more natural management of the wood. Then we would also have to keep these open areas, and we should well use Romagna cows. In order to do the maintenance of these open areas. This is all from me. Thank you. All right, thank you. Now, before starting with our conclusions, well, I will draw up the conclusion. And also Patrizia. Actually, there's a question. There's a question from a colleague from Rimini, and he's actually asking a question to Professor Salvitano. Is Professor Salvitano still with us? Please, could you reply to this question, Professor Salvitano? Here I am. Well, thank you. I've just read the question. It is a question about the contribution that trees can give in the cities for carbon sequestration. Well, younger trees have a very high level of carbon sequestration, but then they reduce the absorption of CO2. Well, in a city where, sorry, Fabio, there are some sound problems, really, some big audio problems. Can you put your microphone closer to your mouth? Could you hear what I said? So I said, well, this is due to the fact that younger trees are more efficient and have a better performance when it comes to absorbing carbon dioxide and fixating carbon dioxide, while adult trees tend to lose this power, this effect. And for sure, in an urban environment, we know that usually trees are quite young, they are replaced quite often. So for sure, trees can play a major role. They can contribute a lot to carbon sequestration. So well, I don't think carbon sequestration is the main task of trees in the cities. We can't think that the trees on roadside in the cities can solve the problem of emissions of carbon dioxide into the air. As our colleague said, all the machines and the equipment that is used in order to do the maintenance of trees in the cities, these machines and equipment consume fuel, and therefore they further contribute to pollution. Well, I think that in fact we should change our management system, maintenance and management system. We should find some maintenance systems that are more environmentally friendly, so which require less assistance or fewer interventions. The best tree is the one that doesn't need to be pruned. Sometimes we have to prune trees because the tree has been planted in the wrong position, in the wrong place. So again, well, it was the wrong project, and therefore we find ourselves with trees in the wrong position. So on one hand, we have to improve our maintenance systems and procedures, and also, as Massimiliano said, we need to opt for semi-natural forest contexts. There is to say, we need to have woods and forests that look less artificial, because otherwise they will not be efficient in terms of carbon sequestration, among the other things. Instead, if we have natural forests or almost natural forests, for sure, they will have a much better carbon sequestration activity. With regard to ancient forests, as mentioned by the previous speaker, well, you know, carbon keeps on accumulating along the entire life of the tree. You know, trees keep on fixating carbon inside their structure, and they keep on growing. Well, we know that there is some reintroduction of CO2 into the atmosphere from them, but if we allow microsystems to create a soil, let's remember that it's actually soil that store carbon much more than trees. So something revolutionary would be to design, to build, and to manage some urban forests with the possibility to store carbon in the soil, having trees that can have a long life in order to store carbon in their tissues and structures, remembering that the idea of an ancient forest as well, a structure with tall trees, majestic tall trees, this anthropological idea of the forest, well, this belongs to narration, really. Ancient forests are the ones that continuously move, they change continuously. The trees fall down, and then there's new generations of trees coming up. This is the dynamic, and it's nothing perfect for sure. I mean, there's a continuous change. And this is where the maximum carbon sequestration takes place. So there's a continuous change. There are different life cycles and natural life cycles. So if we manage to have all of this, we will have a better sequestration. In Italy, we have 12 billion trees. In our cities, we have 6 or 7 million trees. So it's very little. It's very little trees. And this is why we can't have a huge carbon sequestration at the moment. But we can do better. All right, Fabio, thank you so much for your reply, for your answer. Well, we are at the end of this conference now. So now I'd like to make a few closing remarks. And I've been taking a few notes, but I apologize, I will have to read them because I'm starting to feel a bit tired. So we have learned that we need to plant trees.
We need to make our cities greener and greener, trying to follow some logic and implement the phytomass of our cities, because trees are our main allies. And trees are included in the urban plans in a cross-cutting way. And they are connected to different sides of the topic. For those who listened to all the speakers, well, there are several actions that push local administrations to plant new trees. The regional councillor talked about the project for 4.5 million trees to be planted in Emilia-Romagna, or the financing for metropolitan cities for those municipalities falling within the areas involved in an improvement of the quality of air. But there are also other actions connected to the creation of partnerships between the public and private sector, so that also the efforts of local companies are not only focused on, I don't know, buying some acres of forests in Costa Rica or um, in South America. So, but bring the trees in the city, trees that we need to breathe, that we need also to renew. This morning, lots of experts have said that we need to adapt the trees that we have in our cities and the type of trees to climate change, considering that the scientific research told us that there are some species which are better for the fight against the climate change. Because maybe they can catch carbon dioxide and make the climate in cities better. Another thing that we hope is to have millions of new trees. Also in Milan, there's a project in this sense. So having millions of trees that we must be able to raise, to grow, to um, protect protect their growth and also their effect of becoming old, so that they are useful to our life as citizens. We also need to find a balance between what we do every day in our cities and a new naturalness of the environments in which we live. We need to increase biodiversity at every corner, have naturalness everywhere. We focused on trees and on pine woods um, that are somehow followed by development of the wildlife as well. There are animals that we even noticed outside our windows during the lockdown in spring, because they were not able, let's say, to enter the urban areas before, whereas the better quality of life and this improved situation attracted them. But we also said, and this should also be considered, because we don't want our conference to be considered reductive. Well, we said that planting trees is not the only solution. It must be a sort of excuse for having a different lifestyle. Planting trees is for sure one solution. It enhances the environment and the lives of our cities, but a topic that we have underlined several times, also when we talked about our plan for sustainable energy and climate. Well, we need to change our lifestyles, use public transport. Maybe that's not the right moment considering the pandemic, but we need to go farther and be more far-sighted, look at the future, be able to go beyond this difficult moment and find a synergy between all the actions that we know should be taken, and that sooner or later we must start putting into practice. This is something we owe to our generations, but also to the future generations. We talked about what will happen in 80 years' time. Maybe the trees that we are planting today will be mature at that time and not even old. So we don't know what will happen. So I would like to conclude this day by launching the message: let's plant trees, let's do whatever we need to do, but let's be well aware of the risks and of what should be lasting in the course of time. There are still lots of participants. I thank you all for taking part, and now I leave the floor to Patrizia Petrucci, the head delegate in charge of green areas for the town of Cervia. Well, today was a very a full day, a very fruitful day at the same time, because there were lots of topics and problems that we dealt with. This is going to be food for thought for our future. Cervia has always been dealing with green spaces and green areas, so it was an honor for us to count on the participation of such eminent speakers. And I would like to thank them all for intervening, for taking the floor. So many people that followed us, so many experts, but also many students. And we hope that they are going to be the future designers, future architects, and landscape designers in particular. So again, being farsighted and not stop, not be blocked by difficulties, but trying to turn them into opportunities. And in this very difficult time that unluckily we are still going through, we wanted to organize this conference even if at a distance. And we hope that this experience will be replicated also by other distributions, and we will always be available to collaborate with them. The beauty of living in an urban forest will become the leading idea at the basis of all the political and administrative actions of this administration for the municipality, because 2 days conference is just the beginning, the starting point. And I would like to conclude announcing that the municipality of Cervia will take part in Vivi Verdi 2020, about the opportunities and transformations of the, and it is promoted by the region of Emilia-Romagna. And a video was created about the various projects that were carried out in July and August this year. Earlier, it wasn't possible due to the lockdown. And also after the 4th of May, when the pine woods could be, let's say, visited again. Once again, I would like to thank all the participants, all the organizers, and in particular, Mr. Roberto Diolaiti, President of Public Gardens, who could able to moderate this conference. Thank you once again and enjoy the video. Goodbye.